Live now.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good evening. I am Councillor Francis Guiderer, Mayor of Crawley, and I welcome you to this virtual meeting of Crawley Borough Council's full council, and welcome to members of the public and the press watching this meeting live. Before we start, I would like to call for a moment of silence in respect of former Mayor Councillor Raj Sharma, who sadly passed away recently. Thank you, everybody. I will now invite those councillors that wish to say a few words on the sad passing of Raj Sharma. I will take you in the order shown in the order paper. So if I could first please bring in Councillor Lunnan.
Thanks. Yeah, Roger's passing is incredibly sad, and obviously, you know, very much unexpected and a horrible byproduct of these horrible times that we're living in. I was first elected with Raj in 2014. There were 5 councillors newly elected or returning to the council that year, having previously not stood. There was myself, there was Councillor Sudan, both of us still here today. Unfortunately, there was also Raj, John Stanley and Beryl McCrow. So 3 of those 5 have now passed away. You know, back at the time I thought I was young. I thought everybody that got elected was young, but I don't feel so young now. It's incredibly sad that Carol and I are the last 2 left of that group. I mean, Raj loved being mayor, obviously. He was a great mayor. He was also obviously, you know, famous for his youth work, although I didn't really particularly get involved in that. But other things I'm going to personally miss about Raj, of course, are, you know, his hospitality. You'd drop round to his house to get some papers signed, and he'd be there, of course, with Bavna, sticking sweet things down your throat, and still there half an hour later chatting about goodness knows what. And of course, you know, one of the other things I'll miss about Raj is the audacity of the fact that, you know, whenever he was up for election in May, sort of mid-April, he'd decide to go away to India for 3 weeks when the election was in 3 weeks and 2 days. And we sort of think, Raj, is that such a good idea, just so close to the election? But unfortunately, well, fortunately rather, he always pulled it out of the bag. Certainly in my time, he always won those elections in Southgate. And of course, Southgate, I think everybody would agree, is not a seat that anybody can take for granted. So, you know, it really showed that he was liked by his residents as well, as he kept on winning in Southgate. And just my last memory of Raj is also that, you know, he didn't put up with bad ideas. If you were trying to come up with some wacky idea to make things in your mind better, but in common sense mind not so good, and maybe there'll be some examples of this later tonight, he'd be quite happy to tell you that your idea was rubbish in a friendly way, and, you know, with no spirit loss. But again, I mean, all that really overall strikes me is that he's gone far too soon, and this council will be worse for his passing. And you know, he obviously championed BME issues very strongly as well, and you know, he was very proud of the work that he'd done with that, especially as a mayor. So those things will be missed too. So very sad to see him gone, and sad to see us as a council having to see another member pass on.
Thank you, Councillor Lunnan. Councillor Crow, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is indeed a very sad occasion, not a speech that I wanted to make at all, sadly. It didn't seem that long ago when we had our December full council and Raj was there and everything seemed fine. This is the fourth loss we've had as a council. I actually went 15 years as a councillor before we actually lost anybody in office. And then tragically, we've now lost 4 since 2018, which has been it's been absolutely terrible for us. I probably knew Raj more than I know any member of the Labour group. I've actually known him 17 years, so quite a long time before he was on the council. I knew him through his youth work at West Sussex County Council. And in fact, when I first got on the council in 2003, he invited me to join the then Ifield Youth Wing Management Committee, which I got involved with and served on for 2 or 3 years, along with him and some other residents, and did what we did to support the young people of Ifield to be able to use the facilities that they had there. Raj happened to be a constituent of mine as well, so I would often bump into him quite locally, and I always enjoyed his company. He's always pleasant to talk to. Actually, something that really strikes me about him is not so much always my time with him, but actually my time with other people who then related to him. So I would often get a constituent phone up, and then they'd say, "Oh, Uncle told me to phone you," and then it'll be Raj. And Raj is affectionately known as Uncle by many people in the Asian community. And even though he's not a direct relation, as I understand it, he was clearly held in great affection by a large number of people, and certainly knew a lot of people. So the number of people that I'd bump into who would know Raj was quite astonishing. Even down at the county council, I used to sit next to a county councillor from Bognor Regis, and he said that Raj was a friend of his. When Raj used to live in Bognor, although I'd always assumed Raj had always lived in Crawley because he'd always seems to have been around here, and he certainly must have been for a very long time. Like I say, I've known him for such a length of time. And then he got onto the council and he served twice as mayor, which he really enjoyed, and he really tried to use that role to try to bring communities together and to spread good messages. And I think we're all fond of our time with Raj as mayor, and indeed some of the cooking that we got to enjoy as well from Varna when she was the mayoress. So it is terribly sad that we've lost another councillor, but someone who's not only held with affection throughout the council, but also held with great affection amongst a very large number of people from Crawley. It's really, really tragic that so few people were able to attend his funeral, of course, because of the current conditions that we're in. So we're so sorry to lose Raj. I'm sure I speak for everyone, certainly all from the Conservative group. We were very saddened to learn this, and we did send our condolences to Bhavana and the family. And it's such a tragic time, and we're deeply saddened by it. So may he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowe. May I bring in Councillor Mullins, please? You're on mute, Councillor Mullins.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a sticky start getting into the meeting tonight for some reason or other. I don't know, but it eventually clicked in. So I wanted to take the opportunity to say a few words about Raj, who I got to know so very well, him and his family, and to the point that I felt that he was a real friend of mine, and I felt that he felt the same way, really. We used to talk a lot about things, and we were both proud of the fact that he knowing I'm from Ireland and him from India, that the flag colours are the same. The Indian flag's the same colours as the Irish flag, and we've got a very similar political background in both countries, although of course India is much larger. We used to talk about whether we could have a trip to Ireland together. He was desperate to go to Ireland, and sadly now that will never happen. But I was asked to go to the funeral by his family, and obviously under COVID conditions I attended, and it was a very moving funeral, and one which people were looking so sad and disappointed and surprised at what had happened to poor Raj. I mean, he went into hospital saying to Barbara that, oh, he wouldn't be in there very long and he would soon be out. And of course, that never happened. Can I say that for all those people that think that COVID is somehow not real, or you know, that they're getting false stories about it, that I've just recently, very recently, lost my brother-in-law to COVID down in Devon, and I very recently nearly lost my sister down in the south of France to COVID. This is is a very serious situation that we're in, and it's taking the lives of what would normally be people who would have had a good long while to carry on living. And in Raj's case, a lot of the good work that he would carried on doing for the youth services, for the BAM community in Crawley, and his involvement right across the town. I mean, that's what he was known for. That's what he would have always carried on doing. It was in his nature, and it was the way that he was. I just felt so stunned for quite a few days after I was told that he'd gone, and I still feel like that now. So, I mean, I've been trying to help Barbara and keeping in touch with her as much as I can do, and I've told her that whatever help we as a council can give her, and us as Labour Party members, and indeed any help we can give her in any way whatsoever, I'm sure that people would only be too keen to come forward and offer help and advice to her, and she's grateful for that. She's having to face a new life now, and after 48 years of marriage, that's an incredible mountain to climb, when she suddenly, after all those years, got to find out how to build a new life for herself. God bless her. I wish her all the best. I wish her family all the best. I've spoken quite a bit with Robbie, Raj's son, and the whole family has been stunned and shocked at what happened in a very quick and sudden way, actually. And God rest Raj's soul. I shall always miss him for the rest of my days.
Thank you, Councillor Mullins. Can I bring in Councillor Burrett, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As everyone has said, this is an extremely sad occasion, an extremely sad thing for us all to be speaking about, and obviously coming in as the third or fourth person in a discussion like this, so much of what you want to say has already been said, and you try to say something which is not duplicating what others have said. So many have talked about Raj's commitment to the town, to the youth service, and to the council. So I really just wanted to say on a slightly different tack that whilst he is perhaps best known as a councillor and best known as a former mayor, he also had a huge following and a huge knowledge within the voluntary sector in Crawley. He was very well known by so many people, and he knew so many others and so many organisations. A glance at the outside bodies on which he represented this council shows a wide variety. Age UK West Sussex, the Courage Dyer Recreational Trust, Crawley Town Twinning Association, and the Gatwick Airport Community Trust. Now, for the last 15 months or so of his life, I had the pleasure of sitting with him on the Gatwick Airport Community Trust, where I've been the County Council representative for a number of years now, and where Raj joined as a trustee in 2019, nominated by this council to replace Brian Quinn after Brian stood down from the bar. And whilst Raj was actually only a trustee at the Gatwick Airport Community Trust for just over 15 months, and much of that time, obviously, we were having virtual meetings rather than meetings in person, he really made his mark, and his contribution was really appreciated by everybody else on the trustee board, who I know were absolutely devastated when they heard the news. He was so committed, so knowledgeable, and brought so much insight to that role in just a short period of time. And I think that is typical of the man and what he brought to so many different organisations that he was part of. He will be greatly missed by so many in the voluntary sector and by so many different organisations, as well as by his constituents, residents and people at the council and in the youth service. So really I would just join with everybody else in saying, you know, it's somebody who we've lost far too early, who gave so much to the town and who had so much still to give, and a really tragic situation, and may he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burrett. I would now like to bring in Councillor Brenda Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree and would have spoken the same as everybody else has done about Raj. I've known him more years than I care to remember, actually, a very long time. But I just thought you would like to know that because, you know, he joined with me in town twinning and went to Dawston. I told them, sadly, at the time, I let them know about Raj's passing, and they paid a tribute and memorial to him in the Dawston papers. So he was remembered over there because, again, you know, he visited many times and had contact with people. So, you know, his reputation and that spread far and wide. But he will be missed. I shall miss him dreadfully after all these years. And as everybody says, rest in peace. But he was a great guy. He was a good guy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Can I bring in Councillor Tahira Rana, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. I first met Raj in 2014 or 2015. And then when I first met him, I found him a bit annoying because he always tried to have a conversation with me. And I'm not a person who actually gets really attached to people so quickly. But after a while, I mean, I started to like him and he started calling me Tahira Behen. And Behen means sister. And so, I mean, as days went by and I got so used to him, and I also started calling him Raj Bhai. And he was really, really happy, actually. He was so chuffed when I called him Raj Bhai. And he said, you don't know, you're calling me Raj Bhai. It means so much to me. And he was so pleased with me. He said, actually, something happens in my heart when you call me Bhai, because he's kind of, I don't know whether he had any sisters or not. But I mean, but he was very pleased with that. And then when Raj Bhai was elected the mayor the first time, I mean, he hosted so many events in the council chamber, and he always asked me to be there. He phoned me up or sent me an email. He said, Tahira Behen, please will you attend? I want you to attend. And he involved me in everything. I used to go to all the functions, most of them at the Hearth, I mean at the council chambers. And he would introduce me to everyone, and he would introduce me as his younger sister. I mean, it's just, I just can't believe it. I really, really miss him so much. I mean, like in 2017, Raj wanted to celebrate 50 years of Crawley in his own way. And I was the first person, actually, he mentioned it to. He wanted my opinion. And he also said to me that, he said, Tahira Behen, I mean, I'm only going to do it because only if you get involved with it. But if you don't want to get involved with it and you said no, then I won't do it. And I said, of course, Raj Bhai, I will do it. So, I mean, we decided to do the presentation at the Hearth. Because it was also the anniversary of India-Pakistan Independence Day. I mean, it was such a great event, was very successful. And in that time, I mean, so many times I went to Raj's house, Raj Bhai and Bhavna Didis, I went to their house. And at that time, I really, really got to know him so well. And Raj Bhai, he treated me so well, like a sister, actually. I became a part of their family. And it's not that he was just saying as a sister, actually, he meant me being his sister from the bottom of his heart. I mean, I even had a picture taken with him, and he said, he was so happy. He said, oh, my sister is standing on my side with that picture. And I still have that picture, and I'm going to, just memories of him, really. I mean, it's just, I don't know, really. It's so difficult now I can't really get to grips with it. I'll never again hear him to say, Tahira Behen, how are you? Because that's what he used to say the last time we had a meeting. I don't know what the overview scrutiny, which one he said, Tahira Ben, how are you? That's the last word he spoke to me. Every time he used to call me that. And I really just can't believe it. I'll never ever hear him say that again. I really, really do miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rana. Can I bring in Councillor Mogale, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will all have our own personal and special memories, as you know, we've heard from the speakers above, and that's of the mark left in our hearts, in our lives. And it's very hard for me today to be sitting here and sharing my own thoughts out loud, trying my best to focus on the happiest times Raj brought us, rather than the fact that he's no longer with us today. Raj was such a strong person through and through, from character, personality, and presence. And what I remember will always be my first day, you know, as a councillor, my first meeting in the council chambers. Raj gave me a big warm hug and welcomed me to the meeting. He said to me, Maureen, you'll make a brilliant councillor, and don't hesitate to contact me if you need any support. I think he also said, watch out for this one. I'm not sure what he meant by that, but hey, that was Raj. I also remember on one of the occasions at the Crawley Museum, where he was presiding as the mayor, I was invited, you know, I was asked to bring around an African dance troupe on the day, and I was one of the dancers, you know, who were the welcoming troops, and we led him in, you know, our little dance with big drums, and, you know, it was a Ugandan cultural dance with ululations, and I still remember the huge smile on Raj's face. He later on said that he felt like the king of Zamunda. And after that, we had a chat. He went ahead and asked, you know, if I could set up, you know, some African contemporary dance classes at the youth club. This was in progress, you know, but unfortunately, COVID-19 not only halted those plans, but was the reason Raj left us. I will still go ahead and set up that group, maybe in memory of Raj. We are all very lucky to have had Raj in our lives, and as much as he'll be missed by us all, he will remain with us as a community every day for as long as we can remember. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mogale. Can I bring in Councillor Flack, please?
Thank you, Mayor. It's really difficult to summarise the impact Raj had on Crawley, and in particular Southgate, because he meant so many things to so many people. And it's already been covered by so many of my colleagues in the chamber. He has a really impressive list of achievements. So what I just really wanted to mention was how he made people feel. He always had a smile on his face and knew exactly how to lift people up through encouragement and his positive outlook on life. And he was a genuinely lovely man. He was a friend and a colleague, and someone that both myself and the residents of Southgate will sorely miss. I've had the honour of receiving many messages of condolence from Southgate residents, and it's clear that he touched many of their lives for the better. So on behalf of Southgate, we thank you, Raj, for your years of dedicated service and care. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flack. I've been asked to ask if any other members wish to speak. Can you put your cameras on now, please, just so that it helps indicate? And can I please bring in Councillor Marion Ayling? Thank you. Councillor Marion Ayling, please.
Yeah, sorry, you caught me.
That's okay, please. Of course,
you know, surprise.
Please don't worry. Thank you.
Sorry, what do I have to do? Just announce myself?
No. We're calling people in if they'd like to say something about Raj.
Oh no, I didn't ask to speak.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry,
Thank you. That's okay. That's okay. Can I please call in Councillor Brenda Burgess, please? Thank you.
Okay. Right, I'll have very quick about Raj. What can we say? Everyone said what I was going to say. he was such a nice person. But what I liked about him also, he wasn't afraid to say it like it was. He wasn't afraid to speak his mind. And you had to accept that because he did it in such a nice, such a good way, such a straightforward, matter-of-fact way. But he meant it, and he was really sincere. But he was a lovely person. I just can't say anything more about him. He will be so missed. Bob and I tried to support him wherever we could at various events because we always knew that it would be such a good time. We will remember the ball that time, always with those hats we all tried on, and it was such a fun evening. And he was a fun person, but he was a fun person, but you could take him seriously. But you liked him. He had all the qualities that I think we should all aim for, really. I can't say anymore because words fail me. He was such an amazing person, and I'll really, really miss him, and I'm missing him now. So rest in peace, Raj. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burgess. There are no further people wishing to speak, so I'll just say my thoughts. And Raj was one of those characters that if he was in the room, you knew he was in the room because he was loud and friendly and he had a charisma about him. Obviously, he was a Labour councillor and I'm a Conservative, but I really enjoyed his company. Always felt that he could be a friendly ear and somebody to speak to. I know I first knew about Raj because my wife served as a parent governor at Manor Green, and he was a governor at Manor Green. And for that reason, I already held him in high esteem. I know that he did a lot of work with the youth, and I know that somebody with such big shoes is a very difficult person to try and not replace, but to try and fill those shoes for the BAME community. I know that he fought very strongly for anti-racism and for the BAME community in Crawley, and if there was something going on, you could bet that he would be there. I do obviously wish to pass on my sorrow, my sadness to Bhavna and to Robbie. For us, more so for others that have known him for much longer, but for all of us, we've lost somebody that for some of you it's a friend, for some he is an acquaintance, but for them they've lost a husband and a dad, and yeah, that's the saddest part of all. So I'd just like to pass on my regards to both of you, Bhavna and Robbie, and obviously all of Raj's friends that are speaking tonight. And thank you all for your comments. Okay, I will now run through the process for how this budget and council tax setting full council will be run. There will be no verbal public question time at any council meeting while virtual committee meetings are being held. However, under agenda item 5, public question time, members of the public have had the opportunity to submit written questions in advance, which will be read out during the item and answered by the appropriate councillor. There will be no supplementary questions. For any full council meeting held virtually, all voting will be held via a recorded vote taken by a Democratic Services team member on behalf of myself, the Mayor. The exceptions are approving the minutes of the previous meeting, any other procedural item, or where the item's sole recommendation is for the full council to note the report. On this agenda, that includes recommendation 10, notification of decision protected from call-in. We will also be using group block voting, which means that the group whips will be casting the votes on behalf of their respective parties, namely Councillor Lunnan for the Labour group and Councillor Burrett for the Conservative group. Before each group's block vote is sought, any members from both the Labour and Conservative groups will be given the chance to vote independently rather than through their group's block vote. However, there are 2 items on this agenda where there is an exception, as it is individually vote recorded. An individually recorded vote is required, and that is for recommendation 5, 2021, 2022 Budget and Council Tax, and Recommendation 8, Notice of Precept 2021, 2022. Before I invite each member of the full council to confirm their attendance, I ask that they please ensure their mobile phones are switched off or are on silent, their backgrounds are appropriate, and that they are aware of their surroundings so that they are not disturbed during the meeting. This includes having TVs, radios and smart speakers turned off. When councillors are invited to speak, please turn your camera on, unmute yourselves and pause for 3 seconds to allow for the slight time delay in connection. I also remind councillors to consider which councillor is before them alphabetically so they are ready to be put on live. As with all virtual meetings, we will now take agenda items 1, apologies for absence, 2, disclosures of interest, and 3, minutes together. I will now ask the Democratic Services Manager supporting the meeting to invite on my behalf each member of the council to introduce themselves.
Chris, you're muted. You're muted, Chris.
Thank you. Apologies. Good evening. I'm Chris Pedlow, the Democratic Services Manager, supporting this meeting. For record purposes, the Chief Executive, Democratic Services Officer, and a number of other officers are on this call, along with the independent person for the Council, Peter Nicholson. I will now ask members to introduce themselves, confirm their views on the minutes, and state their ward. We'll start with Councillor Aylings.
Hello, I'm Marion Ayling, Councillor Marion Ayling. I'm the ward member for Bewbush and Broadfield North, and I agree the minutes of the last meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Ashcroft.
Sorry about that, I lost there. So Councillor Liam Ascoff, Gossip's Green and North East Broadfield. Are we doing the minutes? Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I approve the minutes of the last council meeting and I have no declarations of interest.
Councillor Andrew Bobbin.
Good evening, Councillor Andrew Belbin, representing Pound Hill South Perth. I have no declarations of interest to make and I agree the minutes of the 16th of December. Thank you.
Councillor Tina Bobbin.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Tina Belbin, representing Pound Hill North and Forge Wood. I approve the minutes of the 16th of December and I have no declarations of interest to make.
Councillor Brenda Burgess.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Brenda Burgess, one of the councillors for Three Bridges in Town Centre. I approve the minutes, and just in case I need to declare I'm a West Sussex County Councillor, I'm a West Sussex County Councillor for Three Bridges, Pound Hill South. Thank you.
Councillor Bob Burgess.
Hello, I'm Councillor Bob Burgess, Ward Councillor for Three Bridges in the Town Centre. I approve the minutes of the last meeting. I have no interest to declare. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Barrett.
Yes, thank you. I'm Richard Barrett, Borough Councillor for Pound Hill North and Forge Wood Ward. I agree the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of December, and I have no interest to declare other than those which are already listed in the table on the order paper. Thank you.
Councillor Crowe.
Good evening, Councillor Duncan Crowe, Furness Green. I approve the minutes of the previous meeting, and I've just been scrolling through the declarations of interest, which did seem quite long and looked like there were quite a few erroneous ones in there, but I couldn't see that I put down a personal interest on the Precept recommendation as a member of West Sussex County Council. I have for the budget, but I couldn't see if I had done for the Precept or not. So if not, I do, or whether we need to declare one for that or not. I couldn't see any others.
We will take all county councillors as, for record's sake, we'll put down all county councillors as a Precept. Councillor Eade.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Councillor Carol Eade. I'm Councillor for the Furness Green Ward. I agree the minutes of the last meeting and have no declarations to declare.
Councillor Fiveash.
Good evening, Rory Fiveash, Councillor for Bewbush and North Broadfield. No interest to declare, and I agree the minutes of the last meeting in December.
Councillor Flack.
Hello, I'm Morgan Flack, Councillor for Southgate Ward. I have no declarations of interest and I also approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Councillor Guidera.
Thank you. I am Councillor Francis Gardner. I'm one of the borough councillors for Tilgate. I have no disclosures of interest and I approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Councillor Hart.
Good evening. I'm Councillor Julie Hart for Ifield and Ifield West. I approve the minutes of the meeting in December, and I need to declare that I was at the planning committee meeting in beginning of February.
Councillor Irvine.
Good evening. Councillor Ian Irvine, representing Broadfield Ward. I agree with the minutes of the previous meeting and I have no further declarations of interest to add to the list that's already there. Thank you.
Councillor Jaggard.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Kim Jaggard from Maidenbower. I have no declarations of interest and I agree the minutes of the last meeting.
Councillor Jahans.
Evening, I'm Councillor Grinda Johns, representing Northgate and West Green. I approve the minutes of the last meeting and I have no declarations of interest.
Councillor Jones.
I'm Councillor Michael Jones. I'm the member for Bewbush and Broadfield North. I confirm I agree with the minutes of the last meeting. I have no declarations of interest to make.
Councillor Lamb.
Councillor Peter Lamb, member for Northgate and West Green. I have no declarations of interest and I'm happy to accept the minutes of the last meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Lanza.
Good evening, Councillor Bob Lanza, Pound Hill South and Worth Ward. I have no further declarations of interest and I agree the minutes of the last full council.
Councillor Lunnon.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Tim Lunnon, representing Broadfield Ward. I have no declarations of interest and I approve the minutes of the last full council meeting.
Councillor Malik.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Shahzad Malik from Langley Green and Tushmore Ward. I do not have any disclosure of interest to make and I approve the minutes of the last full council. Thank you.
Councillor McElhaney.
Tom McElhaney, Langley Green and Tushmore. I agree the minutes, no further declarations.
Councillor McCarthy.
Hi, good evening. I'm Councillor McCarthy, Kevin McCarthy, representing Pound Hill North and Forge Wood. I have no declarations of interest and I approve the minutes from the full council meeting of the 16th of December. Thank you.
Councillor Miller Smith.
Hi, good evening. Councillor Jennifer Miller Smith, representing Maidenbower Ward. I have no declarations of interest and I agree the December minutes from the last meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Mullins.
I'm Councillor Chris Mullins from Gossip. Got something else is happening. Gossip Green, Broadfield North East, and I agree the minutes and have nothing to declare.
Councillor McGully.
Good evening, Maureen Wagali, representing Tilgate Ward. I agree the minutes of December the 16th. I have no declarations to make. Thank you.
Councillor Peck.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Duncan Peck, representing Maidenbower Ward. I have no declarations of interest to declare and I approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Councillor Penlington.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Alison Penlington, representing Pound Hill South and Worth. I have no declarations of interest to make and I'm happy to agree the minutes of the last full council meeting.
Councillor Pickett.
Hello, I'm Councillor Michael Pickett, one of the three councillors for Southgate. I have no comment to make on the minutes of the full council on the 6th of December as I was not present. And I have no interest to declare. Thank you.
Councillor Purdy.
Good evening, Jonathan Purdy representing 3 Bridges in the town centre. I agree the minutes of the full council meeting held on the 16th of December, and I have no further declarations of interest to make beyond those already listed. Thank you.
Councillor Rana.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening. I'm Tahira Rana and I represent Broadfield. I have no interest or declarations to declare, and I agree with the council meeting of December. Thank you.
Councillor Brenda Smith.
I'm muted. Good evening, Councillor Brenda Smith. I'm councillor for Langley Green. Don't know why it's making so much noise. I've got no declarations of interest to make, and I approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Councillor Peter Smith.
Hello, I'm Peter Smith representing Ifield and Ifield West. I have no additional disclosures of interest to make, and I approve the minutes of the council meeting on the 16th of December.
And finally, Councillor Sudan.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Karen Sudan. I represent Northgate and West Green Ward. I agree the minutes of the last meeting. I need to declare a personal interest in the Cabinet Minute 9 of the 3rd of February, the Budget and Council Tax, and also Agenda Item 10, the reserved item on adventure playgrounds. Thank you.
Chair, just for clarity's sake, and for those watching, there were 2 members who didn't have their cameras on, Councillor Jones and Councillor Pickett, but they were clearly present at the meeting.
Sorry about that. Turn it on now.
Thank you, that's noted. Thank you very much. The full council has agreed the minutes of the meeting of the full council held on the 16th of December 2020 are an accurate record. So thank you. Okay, item 4, communications. Well, as you know, we're in challenging times, and I can report that I was very pleased to be able to attend the Greenaway Foundation's annual Christmas food drive. That was on Christmas Eve, and myself and 2 MPs and another mayor and the High Sheriff all arrived, and along with, I don't know, 100, 150 cars. It was a lot of cars queuing up to Oriel, and I took away some food packages to deliver to some very thankful people, as did they, and it was a very heartwarming experience. I happened to know 2 of the people just by chance, so it was nice to be able to talk to them socially distanced from the end of their footpaths on Christmas Eve. I've ummed and ahed about this, but I will say I just would like it on the record. Over Christmas was a very challenging time for my family, because obviously we were caring for my dad, and he passed away. So a difficult time. This is why I can really relate to Raj's family situation. There is no good time to lose a loved one, but I have to say, at Christmas time it makes it much tougher, and in lockdown it's made it even more tougher. And I'd like to just pay tribute to the St Catherine's Hospice staff and the district nurses in this town. They are just incredible people who do an incredible job. They put themselves at risk throughout the pandemic to a huge degree, and we, as a town, we're very lucky to have St Catherine's Hospice, and their fundraising has been massively impacted by the pandemic, as has everybody else's. So I would just like to put it out there that they will need our support as soon as we get out of this situation, to get their fundraising back up and running. Obviously, I've made a personal donation myself, and again, I'd like to thank them for it, and just give that as a reason why I may be not as present as I would have been over the past month or 2. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. So thank you for listening. Item 5, public questions. The Mayor. Item 5, public questions. Me. The next item is public question time, and we have 30 minutes set aside for the item. As we are unable to take verbal public questions, in accordance with the virtual committee procedural rules, we now accept written public questions in advance. We have received 1 question. which is shown in the order paper. I will now ask the Democratic Services Officer to read the question out and then ask Councillor Lamb to respond to the question. A copy of the response will be sent across to the question.
Thank you. Written public question received from Ms Wakeham. Is the council for or against 10,000 houses being built west of Ifield? With COVID-19 and Gatwick Airport's expansion in question, would it not be wise to suggest to HDC that they put a hold on this proposal until the next local plan review? May I also point out that in CBC response 11.3 to EIA 20/2004 scoping report noise and vibration, it states intermittent events like aircraft noise. In normal times, there are Gatwick Airport Master Plan 2019, 55 planes an hour, 70 planes an hour if standby runway comes into use, and 90 planes if wide space runway is built. In no way can you describe those numbers as intermittent. End of question.
Would Councillor Lamb like to respond to that, please?
Certainly. I'm afraid I don't have my written response directly in front of me, but I can give you the substance of what it says. The council has it as a matter of policy to oppose developments on its border with which it's not been involved, and has expressed that at this time. We've also previously stated opposition to this scheme and have fed that into Horsham. Horsham have not yet determined their local plan. They are required to consider it periodically and would not be in a position to put it on hold at this time. Certainly there have been questions raised with ministers about being able to postpone local plans, and those have been ruled out. But we will continue to advocate on behalf of the town and ensure that Horsham is made very well aware of the consequential impact of such a development upon local residents.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Item 6, consideration of full council recommendations and call-in decision. There are 10 recommendations before the council. Recommendation 7, the Horth Theatre contract extension, is an exempt Part B report. However, I am intending to deal with this recommendation in open session, so members please consider this fact during the discussion on this item. That being said, we will now deal with the first 3 recommendations, which all arise from the Governance Committee held on the 26th of January 2021. Recommendation 1, final report of the Independent Remuneration Panel, Councillors' Allowances Scheme 2021-2022, page 39 in the agenda pack. Councillor Barrett, as the Chair of Governance Committee, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. Just trying to find my place in amongst a lot of paperwork. Yes, can I move recommendation 1, which is the final report and recommendations of the Independent Remuneration Panel on members' allowances for the municipal years 2021 to 22 and 2022 to 23. Recommendations A and B make it clear that the Governance Committee supported the main thrust of the recommendations of the panel, which is to leave allowance rates at the current rate for the forthcoming 2 years. And recommendation C refers to the mayoral and deputy mayoral allowances. The Governance Committee did ask the panel to look at those again because it felt that it wasn't appropriate for the committee to be making a recommendation on exact amount of those. So they've been asked to look at those again, but those allowances, if Part C of the recommendation is approved, would stay at their current rate until such time as the Independent Remuneration Panel resolves otherwise. So it's a very simple and straightforward recommendation to continue with the scheme as it currently stands, and I commend that to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. We will now hold the vote on recommendation 1, final report of the independent remuneration panel. My fault, I apologise. Councillor Lunnon, I believe you are seconding.
Yes, I formally second, and just very quickly, just like to say for those that aren't aware, there's a very good standard practice that we as councillors don't set our own pay in effect, and we get these independent people to look at lots of various factors, including work done and the number of councillors and things like this, and compared to other councils. And so, members of the public shouldn't think that we've just come up with this ourselves. These are completely independent people who I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank for their work on their time on getting this report together. And they've come up with these levels. So, is the only thing we can do, of course, is vote for these things, because this is what the independent people have done. And if we suggested something else, I think it would look very remiss. So I'm glad to say that Labour will be supporting this, and I fully support the recommendation and second it formally.
Thank you, Councillor Lunnon. I thank you for pointing that out as well. It's very important that the public does know that we are voting to accept an independent view, not forming our own. So that's a very good point. Are there any speakers? Okay. As there are no speakers indicating, Councillor Burrett, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 1, and in doing so, you can use your right to reply.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the adoption of recommendation 1. I don't think there's anything to reply to, because I fully endorse the comments that Councillor Lunnon made.
Thank you, Councillor Burrett. So then we will now hold the vote on recommendation 1, final report of the independent remuneration panel. Councillors' Allowances Scheme 2021-2022 from the Governance Committee, held on the 26th of January 2021. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Before I start the block vote, can I ask if there's any members of either Labour or Conservative group wish to vote independently on this matter rather than using their party's block vote? Please indicate now. So no one's done that. So with that being said, Councillor Lunnon, please can you provide the 15 Labour block votes?
The 15 Labour block votes are in favour of recommendation 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Borough, can you please provide the 17 Conservative block votes?
Yes, the 17 Conservative block votes are in favour of recommendation 1.
Councillor Fiveash, can you please cast your vote?
Yeah, I vote for this.
Thank you. Councillor Sedan, can you please cast your vote?
In favour.
Chair, that's the carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Favour.
The recommendation 1 is therefore agreed. On to recommendation 2, allocation of committee chairs and vice chairs, page 42 in the agenda pack. Councillor Burrett, as the chair of Governance Committee, please introduce the recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I suspect this won't be quite so uncontentious, but I do welcome this recommendation. As you know, part of the cross-party agreement that was signed last summer was that we would look at a fairer and more proportionate way of allocating committee chairs and vice chairs between whoever is the controlling group and whoever is the opposition in future, and that we would have a system which would actually stand the test of time and could deal with changes of control, so wouldn't need to be changed each time the council swung from one party to another. The system that actually everybody would agree that we would go forward on. And I think there is general agreement that we should have such a system, but unfortunately it wasn't possible at the committee to get unanimous agreement on which approach. I can see that there are merits to both approaches, but I do support the fixed cascade approach, which was the decision of the committee, and therefore I would move the recommendation. I'm assuming you're going to bring Councillor Lamb in to move the amendment. Do you want me to speak to the amendment now, or do I come back and speak on that?
You'll have a right to reply at the end as the move.
Okay, well, I'll leave my comments at that then for now.
Thank you, Councillor Burrett. Councillor Crowe, I believe you are seconding.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I've started. Yes, it didn't indicate very well. Yes, thank you. I formally second the recommendation, and I will speak to it. And I do see there is a Labour amendment. First of all, I welcome the fact that I do think we have made some progress. In previous years, I have personally, as well as members of the Conservative group, been quite critical as to what we felt was perpetual unfairness at annual council meetings with the allocation of, well, there were no chairs, but the allocation of vice chairs, despite the fact that the Conservative group was very large. And without going into too much detail, it's not something that really is desirable. And there is a risk that when groups are in control that they don't wish to give things away. So we did have as part of our agreement for our working arrangements until the May elections to come up with something, and we both groups have subscribed to the principle of having something in place that takes away those difficult discussions at annual council meeting, when actually in many cases we're just really looking to get on with that meeting and to confirm the new mayor and to celebrate the new mayor that is in place. The two groups disagree in that the Conservative group support the fixed cascade approach, and the Labour amendment has the proportional or the strict proportional approach. And both schemes were presented as options by the head of Democratic or the acting head of Democratic Services to the governance committee. And unfortunately, we were not able to agree. Where I disagree with Labour colleagues is I actually don't have a problem with something being strictly proportional, because you could argue that that's actually the fairest way. But of course, we're only looking at part of the picture if we're talking about a strict proportional approach. So if we were to go down the route, and I'm not suggesting that we do, but if we were to go down the route of applying a strict proportional approach to everything, the cabinet and the mayoralty, as well as the committee chairs and vice chairs, then hey ho, I would be in favour of that in principle. And obviously there'll be difficulties around cabinets working potentially, but you can see where that falls down, because you'd be applying a strict proportional approach to one part of a much bigger picture. So by having a fixed cascade approach, what you have is something that's very clear cut, that there would be no arguments about if indeed what was in that fixed cascade approach was deemed to be fair. And what I think we've got in front of us tonight is fair. And so you will see in the papers that if we were in a scenario where we had all 36 vacancies filled, and there was an administration of 18 members and an opposition of 18 members, two individual groups, that the group who were not in the administration would have on 18 seats would have all the committee chairs, and that would not feel unreasonable at all. And then you'd have the group who is in control or in charge of the cabinet with all the vice chairs. And what this cascade approach does is work down from that scenario of 18 all in a proportionate way from that, what I would deem to be a very fair picture on 18 seats. So you would see, for example, if the largest opposition group had 9 seats, that you would end up with 1 chair for the opposition and 3 vice chairs, and the controlling group would have 4 chairs and 2 vice chairs. So I believe this is the best method that we've got to put forward. There was something else I did wish to say on this. Yes, I do wonder whether Labour colleagues are perhaps reading a little bit too much into this as to what they think might be happening post-election and therefore thinking that actually, well, it may be them who have a majority. But you know, we put something forward here that I would be very happy with a Conservative administration for opposition members to have. For me, this works whichever group has a majority of the council, or indeed if we're in no overall control. And who knows? Recent opinion polls seem to be shifting. Who knows what could happen after May? So I would not vote on this according to how you might think the next local election may go. I would say vote on this as to what you feel is the best and the fairest way to not only have something that is fair for all members, but also that actually utilises all of the talents of the council. Because I wouldn't want to go back to a situation where we have a controlling group with a majority of one and an opposition group just literally one less seat than the controlling group, but who only had 2 vice chairs. And that's the situation that we had in 2015. A strict proportional approach would increase that slightly, but not by very much. So we would still, in my opinion, not be utilising all the talents of the council. And indeed, I think there's a principle that when we have 2 large groups, actually pretty much every committee ought to have a chair from one of those groups and a vice chair from another. And again, that would not be achieved in the strict proportional approach. So therefore, I would encourage all members to support the recommendation as tabled and agreed by the governance committee, albeit it wasn't a casting vote. So again, we did not agree there, but I would encourage all members to support the recommendation as it is and to not support the Labour group amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cost. We do have a proposed amendment on this recommendation as detailed on page 25 of the supplementary agenda. Councillor Lamb, please introduce your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Burrett says it might not be quite such a sort of polite debate. I actually think it can be. I think we are very, very close to agreement on the broad principles here, and what we have is a disagreement over the final bit of that. As Councillor Crowe has set out, you know, the Conservative group have felt very unhappy with committee allocations at various points, or rather chair allocations at various points. And I can certainly say that when the Labour group were in opposition, my members felt very unhappy about the allocations there as well. And no doubt I've heard people argue which way was right and which was wrong and who mistreated the other, and all of which I think serves to underline the importance of taking this out of the day-to-day politics and having something which can establish for the record what the best approach is. And regardless of who wins next year, the decision we're taking now, it would not be possible to change that before next year's committee chair allocation. So that really is a non-factor here to a large extent, since you couldn't get in and then immediately change system. It's very much about what will last. I think Councillor Crowe has in fact outlined where we disagree on this. My own view, and that of the Labour group, is that there is a difference between the way you treat a cabinet post and the way you treat a committee chair. That in the parliamentary system this country follows at every level, except in Northern Ireland, incidentally, it's a very weird model there, which we're probably best not going into. But every other bit of the UK, a majority, whoever has a majority, will occupy the cabinet positions for that model of government. When it comes to committee chairs, the question is how are those distributed? And the model which is used in Parliament and in other parliaments and assemblies in the UK is that those are distributed on the basis of the number of representatives that each party has. So were someone to get 60% of the seats, they would get 60% of the committee chairs. The model which the cascade approach proposes, were you to get 50-50, all the committee chairs bar one would go to the opposition party and the administration would have the cabinet. We're saying those two things are not equivalent because a cabinet exists to pass policy. The reason why we have a very strict first past the post system in this country and a cabinet system is that we like certainty in our decision making to ensure that you get stability, and stability has always been prized in the UK above other considerations. In terms of the committee process, that's more about ensuring that there's representative feedback and input into those committees, and they're largely unwhipped, so it does represent the impact of members themselves. Now, I very much agree there are several posts which are better on being taken up by a member of the opposition than they are a member of the administration. When you look at something like audit, you have a position there where you might question whether or not someone was sufficiently impartial in the event if they're part of the party in administration. Our argument is it's perfectly viable to have a system which delivers all of that and which replicates the actual votes of the public and which is in line with the model of government everywhere else in the UK, and which is still a far more fair approach than the vast majority of councils. Most councils do not have an approach that goes as far. They certainly don't have an approach which goes as far as what is outlined in the cascade approach. So that's why we're proposing this. But I don't think that's, in any way, a serious disagreement in terms of, casting aspersions about one another. I think it is a philosophical difference on the model of English governance. Thank you.
Councillor Lunnon, I believe you are seconding.
Yes, I formally second. And can I speak now?
Yeah,
Please?
absolutely.
I mean, I obviously fully support everything that Peter said, and I would say that actually I'm quite looking forward to whatever the outcome is. I think, we're going to see a slightly better process so that come the AGMs, maybe they're a bit more about the mayor making and a bit less about the partisan. You did this to us 10 years ago, but you did this to us 20 years ago, that the public and myself don't really care about. I would just say a couple of extra points as to why I think the strict proportional approach is, in my mind, better. And there's two key reasons. First of all, it allows the flexibility of going, okay, well, you've got somebody that's been chair of planning before. So actually, unfortunately, in line with this system, they can only be vice chair. Instead, with the strict proportional approach, we can go, well, they're clearly going to be the best chair of planning. And I think everybody would agree with a committee like planning, we do want a really good chair. So having the flexibility to appoint the best chair across the council to some of those is kept with the strict proportional approach and not with the cascade approach. And just the other point is that the fixed cascade approach only really works with two parties. As soon as we get a third party coming in, it breaks down very quickly. Whereas the strict proportional approach still allows that flexibility of saying, okay, well, we need to apportion a certain amount of chairs to a third party, as well as however many to the main opposition party. Now, obviously, we haven't had an elected in third party on my time in the council, so at least the last 6 years. But, I think we can safely say that politics over the last few years hasn't been particularly predictable. So, I think a bit of flexibility in it is probably the best way to go, and that's why I'm prouder to support the fixed proportion than the fixed cascade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lunnon. I'm intending to hold one discussion on this item, so I will open up the floor to any speakers who wish to speak on the recommendation or the proposed amendment. So if you would like to speak, please indicate. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really didn't want to, I wasn't expecting to come in on this, but I was just a little bit confused, really, because we've got in front of us the fixed cascade approach. Now, Peter's suggesting an amendment to this approach, but his amendment is to go for the proportional approach, which is a different option. Is that what I'm hearing? I thought, or is his amendment to stick with the fixed cascade approach, but reduce the number of allocations down to 60% as 18 would be, or 50% as 18 would be in out of 36. Is that what we're saying?
Councillor McCarthy, Chris Pedler is just going to come in.
Chair, and if Councillor Lamb thinks I'm incorrect on his amendment, please come in. The amendment in front of members is the other option, which was considered by Governance Committee, which is a strict proportional approach. So it's done on percentages compared to the governance recommendation, which is the table, if you see in the report. Hopefully that clarifies it.
Right. Okay. So it's not really an amendment. It's a different option. Okay. It's not really an amendment. It's a different.
Well, it's an amendment to the recommendation.
That's fine. Now I understand where we're going with it, because the reason I supported this particular option is because this is absolutely unambiguous, and because it's unambiguous, it's a lot fairer than the proportional approach, where you could end up in a position where you get a lot of vice chairs and none of the chairs of the committees. So okay, now I understand. I think I would certainly vote against the amendment and obviously want to support this as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. There are no other speakers. Councillor Burrett, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 2, and in doing so,
am I not allowed to sum up my amendment?
I'm getting it. I was getting a nod from across the table there, Councillor.
It's just
hang on
very
a second.
Let him. Yeah, that's fine. Just to clarify if I was right in them.
So yeah, I guess it's a point of personal explanation if there's not a right to do that. So Chris Pedalo is correct. That's my amendment. Just to clarify though, in the context of what Councillor McCarthy said, it separates out the chairs from the vice chairs. So each is done separately on the approach. So if you've got 60% of seats, you'd end up with 60% of the chairs and 60% of the vice chairs. We very much took that out because we agree with that general consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lamb. As there are no further speakers, Councillor Burrett, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 2, and in doing so, you can use your right to reply.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, there's not a great deal to say, except I would just say to Councillor Lamb, perhaps he misunderstood what I was saying when I said I thought this would be a more controversial debate than the last recommendation, and by that I meant there would be disagreements. I certainly didn't mean it wouldn't be a polite debate. I think all the way through we've had since the agreement last July, we've had very polite and very constructive cross-party working, and where we disagree, we disagree on nuances, as has been said tonight, and that's what we're doing now. But I did just want to make a couple of points in response. One of those, I think Councillor Lamb has actually clarified, that he's saying it would be a proportionate approach to the chairs and then a proportionate approach to the vice chairs, rather than taking them together, because obviously one concern I would have would be if a party were entitled to 40% of chairs and vice chairs, if a controlling group then said, okay, you're having all the vice chairs, none of the chairs, and we wouldn't want that to be happening. But also, I do have to go back to the point which both group leaders were referring to about what happens at national level and the difference between cabinet and committee chairs. Because what does concern me is that if we had a situation where 36 seats were split, excuse me, 18 each, and we had one group which for whatever reason, through the mayoral casting vote or through the process of negotiation, it was agreed would form the cabinet, then to me, the principle of that is that the other group, which also has 18 seats, gets all the committee chairs. But actually, if you go for the split proportion approach, if they've had, say, 50% of the vote each in the election, which is quite likely if they've ended up with 18 seats each, you would have one party which would have all the cabinet and presumably the mayoralty, and half the committee chairs and half the committee vice chairs, and the other party with half the votes and half the seats, just getting half the chairs and half the vice chairs. And that is not fair in any way, shape or form. Whereas actually a situation where the non-administration party had all 5 chairs and then the administration party had the 5 vice chairs would clearly be much fairer. So for that reason, I do support the fixed cascade approach. I will be voting against the amendment and in support of recommendation 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. We will now hold the vote on the proposed amendment to recommendation allocation of committee chairs and vice chairs as detailed on page 15 of the order paper. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as you just said, the vote is about the amendment as tabled by Councillor Lamb. So that being said, can I just check if there's no members of the Conservative or Labour groups who want to vote independently for this item? No, okay, we'll get on to the block vote. Councillor Lunnon, will you provide the Labour group's block vote, the 15 Labour block votes on the amendment?
The 15 Labour block votes are in favour of the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Burrows, will you provide your Conservative 17 block votes on the amendment?
Yes, the Conservative Group 17 block votes are against the amendment.
Councillor Five-Ash, please cast your vote on the amendment.
Yeah, I will vote for the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Sedan, please cast your vote on the amendment.
For the amendment.
Okay, Chair. Chair, we have a tie, so you'll need to use a casting vote. This is you voting as the mayor, not as an individual councillor. Chair, how do you, Mr. Mayor, how do you vote on the amendment?
Thank you. As the mayor, I vote against the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment falls, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Therefore, the amendment does fall. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct a vote on the substantive recommendation 2, allocation of committee chairs and vice chairs?
Thank you. Councillor, can I just check if there's any members of the Labour or Conservative groups wish to vote independently for this recommendation? No? Okay, we'll get the block votes. Councillor London, can you provide the Labour block votes, 15 block votes on the recommendation 2?
The Labour block vote abstain on the unamended recommendation 2.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett, the 17 Conservative block votes?
Yes, the Conservative block vote of 17 is in favour of recommendation 2.
Thank you. Councillor Five-Ash, can you cast your vote on the recommendation 2?
Yeah, I will abstain on recommendation 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Sedan, can you cast your vote on the recommendation, please?
I will abstain on recommendation 2.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that's carried by 17 votes and no against, 17 abstentions.
Thank you very much. Therefore, recommendation 2 is agreed. Recommendation 3. Polling arrangements, May 2021, page 44 in the agenda pack. Councillor Burrett, as the Chair of Government's Committee, please excuse me. It's going to be one of those evenings. Councillor Burrett, as the Chair of Governance Committee, please introduce the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I introduce recommendation 3, which is as a result of a long discussion that took place at the Governance Committee meeting following a discussion at the previous meeting about the many difficulties which our staff and turning officers are going to find in conducting elections in May of this year. I would like to begin by thanking the returning officer, the electoral services manager and all the team involved for the huge amount of work that they've done. This has been a huge piece of work, and I know, it's taken up a great deal of extra effort, in addition to all the work that they always have to put in at this time of the year preparing for elections. Anyway, and I mean, they are, we all know they're an excellent team of people, and they've really gone the extra mile on this year. Basically, I won't go through all the detail of what's proposed, but they have looked at every polling station in the town to determine which of those can be made COVID secure and which for various reasons just cannot be used. And they have proposed a number of amendments on a temporary basis, just for 1 year, to ensure that the elections can be held in a COVID secure manner. The intention is to go back to all of the existing polling places that are not being used this year. I think with the possible exception of the Precept Drive Adventure Playground, because obviously that building is unlikely to be there, but the others, the idea is to revert back in the future. In terms of recommendation 3 and the appendix B, you will see there is a revised temporary polling scheme set out on the order paper. I will just explain this if I can. It is a little bit complicated, but basically the scheme that's shown in appendix B to the minutes on pages, I think it's 56 and 57 of the minute book, is the scheme that would be in place were the returning officer to conclude that it would be possible to cite temporary buildings such as marquees on or near to the sites of the 3 schools that are currently being used as polling stations. It was agreed, and it was felt by all, that it wouldn't be appropriate to use schools this year. We only use 3 schools at Crawley as polling stations, and 2 of those can stay open on the day of elections because they have self-contained annexes that we use. But given the extra requirements for deep cleaning as a result of the COVID pandemic, that would mean the schools would have to close for 3 days to be cleaned on the Wednesday, to operate on the Thursday, and cleaned on the Friday, which clearly is unacceptable given the disruption that's been caused to children's education over the last year. So it was agreed by everyone that we wouldn't use those. The returning officer came up with some alternative suggestions, which would mean electors having to move to nearby other polling stations. The governance committee, as you can see at the top of page 56, voted to ask officers to investigate the possibility of installing marquees on or near the site so that voters could still vote there whilst the school was open. They have looked at that, but unfortunately, as you'll see from Appendix C to the minutes on pages 58 and 59, it was concluded that that would not be possible for a variety of reasons. Now recommendation A basically asks us to agree the scheme that's shown in Appendix B to the minutes on the assumption that the returning officer concluded that it were possible. But if the returning officer's conclusion was that that wouldn't be possible, then we would revert back to the position described in the report which went to the committee, paragraph 5.9. That would then lead to a scheme which is the one that's shown on the order paper. So it's an either or, depending on what the returning officer's conclusion is. I mean, I can see both sides of this, but I am conscious that our officers have really investigated this to the nth degree. And if they are convinced that it is not possible to site marquees on those sites for the reasons given, then I don't think we have a great. Although I think it is sad, because it would be nice to be able to provide polling places as close to the existing buildings as possible. So I hope I've explained that. If anybody doesn't understand, please ask me, because it is a bit complicated the way it's come out with the 2 schedules. But basically, what we're being asked to agree is the schedule on the order paper tonight, rather than one in Appendix B, because the returning officer's conclusion is that we can't have the temporary building. So I'll leave it at that, and obviously I'll see if there are any comments or questions from other members.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bright. Councillor Crowe, I believe you are seconding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I formally second the recommendation and agree with the comments of Councillor Burrett. At this governance committee meeting, members from both groups expressed concerns that have been widely sort of raised by senior officers at councils across the country about holding these elections in early May. And of course, the nearer we get to the beginning of May, the more informed we are. And of course, we do now subsequently know the plans for emerging from lockdown that has been set out by the government. But of course, that is potentially subject to change depending on whether the 4 tests are met. Officers are looking at these local elections very carefully, and including the polling stations, as to how we can deliver COVID secure elections where people can feel safe to work those elections in those polling stations for our staff, and also of course for people to be able to freely to go and vote. And clearly it is going to have to be different this year, and all the venues that we use, each one is different. And so they've all been looked at very carefully to see what is going to be viable and ensure it's COVID secure, whilst also not having unnecessary queues for people to be able to go and cast their votes. And I take the officers' view on this very seriously indeed. They do know what they're doing and what they're talking about. And so I've been consistent all the way through that we should support the officer view on this. An amendment was passed at the governance committee, and they did go away and look to see if anything more could be done, because I don't think any of us would particularly wish to see a change from the usual and the number of polling stations that we currently have. We have those in for a reason, because we feel that's the best way to hold these elections. And to change from that, unfortunately, isn't what we want to do ideally, but in reality, a lot of compromises are going to have to be made in order to deliver these elections safely for everybody involved. So therefore, informally seconding the recommendation, I will be obviously supporting it, and I really don't think there's any other option with the officers having looked for a second time to see if it is feasible. We now need to agree the recommendation, and then officers can go away and ensure that all the polling stations, all the venues are as safe as possible, and that members of the public who turn out to vote can feel confident and safe in casting their vote. Thank you.
Councillor Lunham.
Thank you. I actually thought Councillor Lamb was first, but I'll head on. I mean, this report is an unfortunate byproduct of the fact that the government has decided to press ahead with elections unduly early, you know, especially with the proposed plan for coming out of lockdown. If you know, nobody wants to delay democracy, but a delay of a month or two would have probably meant we could have carried out these elections pretty much in an as normal manner, and nobody would have batted an eyelid. Unfortunately, for some reason, they're determined that the government has determined that these will happen in early May, when we won't be fully out of lockdown, and subsequently there are a number of restrictions that have to take place that are going to make the elections very unusual for lots of both those taking part from a voting process and all those running it. What I would say is to any members of the public currently listening, is that the safest thing to do would be to get a postal vote, and you know, as a council, we are definitely behind as getting as many people as possible to get a postal vote, so that you can vote safely from your own home and not have to go and risk in any way getting COVID or exposing yourself to COVID on the day. Overall, I think it's fair to say that I'm generally, you know, there is a risk of COVID still, so in my mind, the principle should be to not reduce the number of polling stations, which therefore funnels more people into the same location, which therefore leads to a bigger risk of COVID being passed on. That's my basic principle that I'm objecting to what's advised here in the report. Now, obviously, the schools present this particular challenge, and I know we've been keen to not use schools in future. But my particular interest is more in Broadfield, where I'm a local councillor, and I think the proposed changes for there are undoing a lot of good work we've done in Broadfield. And while I don't represent two of the bits of Broadfield, they're represented by other councillors. Sort of, I'm aware of the whole polling arrangements in that area, and I think the reasons given feel unduly like Broadfield is being penalised, and I still don't, in my mind, have had a fair reason as to why those particular polling stations have had to be closed. I don't think they're rational, and I don't think I agree with them, which is why I voted against them at the time, and I would encourage people to vote against them tonight. When it comes to schools, I'm a bit more agnostic. I accept that closing them for 3 days is going to be a challenge, but I think if I look through the note, I'm still not convinced that the weather reasons and some of the other reasons given are really fully justifiable for us not trying to keep people voting in the same places they usually do. It should also be said that whenever we change where people vote, it decreases turnout, and local elections are historically low turnouts anyway, and we need to do our best to make sure they're as high a turnout as possible, especially not having had any local elections in Crawley, which is very unusual for, you know, we'll be coming up to 2 years now. So we're all keen to get as good a turnout as possible. There are lots of different elections going to be going on the day. It's going to be county council, borough council and police and crime commissioner. So, you know, there's going to be lots of votes for people that can get there, but we really need to make it as easy as possible for them to get there. And if I'm honest, I don't believe the report proposed does achieve that. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Lamb, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is very rare for me to go against the recommendation of an officer, particularly on an issue relating to elections or other areas where it's more a matter of regulation than it is of politics. I think much of the case against this has been set out by Councillor Lunnan already. So the screen's jumping around a bit. Can you actually hear me?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Great. Okay, thanks. Is very despite the fact that Councillor Lunnan set up much of the case, which is to point one or two things out which I think might have not yet been expressed. The key one being a basic problem of arithmetic, that we know the total number of people who would typically vote in a local election at a polling station. So we take out the numbers who vote by post, and we know that number. We also know the number of hours that a polling station is open. It's open for 15 hours on the day of the election. And a very basic sum of dividing one by the other will show you that for most of Crawley's polling stations, if one person was going in at a time, that would leave 30 seconds or less than 30 seconds for people to cast their vote in the entirety of the day. So never mind the fact that most people turn up at one time of day and not another. So even with the low turnout we see with local elections, even if that was greatly reduced, even if there's an enormous uptake in postal voting, under the current restrictions posed by the government that there's one person in at a time, it would be impossible for the vast majority of electors to cast their vote if we keep the same number of polling stations as there are now. Now, this is something that's going to have to be addressed somewhere, or there is going to be absolute uproar come the day after the local elections when many people will have not had the chance to vote. People may well be queuing in addition to that, and as Councillor Lunnan says, that increases the risk of transmission. But the simple fact is that under the current rules, with the basic numbers that we know, it is not possible to deliver what the government is asking us to deliver. Now, ideally, we could do this by an all-postal ballot, but the government's ruled that out. Ideally, we could do it later in the year when there's been a higher level of vaccination, but the government's ruled that out. The only thing that makes this viable is if the government reduces the restrictions, and it must not do that unless it is confident that it is safe to do so. So for us as a council to be reducing polling stations means that we know we're cutting more people out of having that opportunity to vote. And that's something that I can't justify. The chief argument that's been put forward for why we have to do this is that it is a struggle to recruit people to be presiding officers. And I do not doubt that. People do not wish to put their health at risk. But that is a matter for electoral services to try and resolve. The solution is not to close down the number of polling stations and compound a problem that's already there. I'm fully favouring having elections this year. I'm fully favour of having them in May if it is safe to do so. But we cannot have a situation where most people in Crawley, or many of those who go to vote, are denied that opportunity. That is not democratic, and it is not in with the principles that we were elected to serve.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Are there any other speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, I just really wanted to say that I appreciate that the officers have done everything they can in very difficult circumstances to get a proposal on the table to manage these elections in a safe and secure manner. Yes, answering Peter Lamb's comments, there has been a reduction in some of the polling stations, and that will make the problem worse. I can accept that, but it's literally going to make the problem a little bit worse when the problem's already bad, you know. So we've looked at all the options, we've looked at where the polling stations are, and the option in my ward wasn't what I wanted, but I felt, as there's so much effort gone in to try and get these elections to go forward, I wanted to support the officers in this difficult task that they've been given. I'm hoping, and we say about the numbers turn up, if Peter, says that there's the sheer number of people coming through the polling stations, there won't be enough time in the day to process them people, then we've got to encourage people to get postal votes, and hopefully we can reduce the number of people. We can't go off what the normal turnout is, because I think a lot of people will want a postal vote this year anywhere. And I think what we're seeing now is the biggest uptake of postal votes in the history of polling. You know, so that's what's going to happen. There are going to be lower numbers at the polling stations this year because people won't want to be there, and people will vote in other ways, and that will reduce the numbers. And I think then with the reduction in the numbers, the polling stations that we have proposed here will be adequate to maintain safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Lanza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's an interesting subject, and I know what Councillor Lunnan said, and I think it's quite brave of him, really, because he spoke out against really holding the elections at this time. But of course, it was the Labour Party in late January which was urging the government to tolerate no delay to the elections so that people could have their say and pass judgment on councils and police and crime commissioners, because we will have been a long while without any. And of course, other major countries have successfully held elections during the pandemic. But I must admit, it's also been my instinct that I would have preferred a delay. But we are where we are, and we have to do the best that we possibly can. And that is what our officers have done. I'm going to concede, of course, that the proposals aren't perfect. I mean, I would prefer, for example, if we could have a second polling station in the Maidenbower part of town. But I understand the reasons, well articulated, why this isn't possible. But there is an obligation on all of us now, through the council and through political parties, and this is really important, it should be through both channels, to encourage as many people as possible to take up postal votes. And that's what we should be doing through all available channels now, literally after this meeting, to get that postal vote totally ramped up hopefully on a rather permanent basis. There's a second advantage to doing that, because we also know that the turnout amongst postal voters is higher, markedly higher than it is amongst people voting physically. I also say it's a more secure system than voting physically. So there's a whole host of advantages from doing that. So if we're successful in that through the council and through the political parties, we can hopefully modify the maths that Councillor Lamb has carefully calculated. Hopefully we can modify the outcome from the formulae he's been using and produce an acceptable polling day with a high degree of participation. So I'm going to back the recommendations tabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lanza. We have no further speakers. I'd just like to say something as well. The health and safety of the staff that have to man the polling stations is obviously one of the factors, and obviously there is a problem that there are some people who would normally be the monitoring officers or don't wish at the polling stations don't wish to do that for their own health and safety. It stands to reason that the people who usually do those roles are people my age and above, and those are the people that are more likely to succumb if they were to become ill with COVID. And obviously we had a minute's silence for Raj at the beginning. It is a real risk and a real threat, and obviously nobody here would value a vote over somebody's life, and I would never suggest that. But we're all thinking in terms of what everyone's speaking in terms of what is the most sensible and safe way, and there's different reasoning to come to that conclusion. I agree with the comments about postal voting. We just need to encourage people to sign up for postal voting and make them aware that, you know, that could be the only way they'll get to vote if they're accused at polling stations. It's the safest way they can vote, and it's the best way that they can ensure that their voice is heard on election day. So I just wanted to put that out there. I strongly agree that the council and on all of us need to be pushing postal votes as soon as this meeting is ended. As there are no further speakers, Councillor Burrett, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 3, and in doing so, you can use your right to reply.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. again, there's not a lot to say. I mean, I take on board all the comments that have been made by those who are concerned about aspects of the recommendation. I too would have preferred a delay. I think it would have been better had the elections taken place a couple of months later. But as Councillor Lanza says, we are where we are. And, you know, the point that's been made about possible overcrowding at some polling stations, you know, we have seen, as I understand it, an unprecedented number of applications for postal votes already, and we're 10 or 11 weeks away from the election. So I suspect that will be the answer. There will be a huge number of extra voting by post and much fewer voting in person. And I would also say that a number of the polling stations which are not able to be open this year due to the COVID measures are actually quite small polling stations, places like the Broadfield Scouts Hub and the Mill Primary School that have a relatively small election. So the number of voters that are actually going to be decanted to others is much lower than it would be if a very large polling station was being closed, or not closed, not used for 1 year. So I think you've also got to take that into account, that there are going to be the number of people being displaced elsewhere is going to be fewer, A, because of those that switch to vote, and B, because of those who whose polling stations are actually very small. Because obviously it's the smaller ones that are not always cannot always be made as safe by the very nature of the fact that they're small. And you know, I hear everything that Councillor Lamb says, and I sympathise, but he's not put forward any alternative. You know, we asked the officers to look at the possibility of temporary structures such as marquee, and they've looked at those in all 3 school locations and come back with the answer that it just isn't possible. We'd like it to be, but it just isn't possible. And for that reason, in the absence of any coherent alternative, I think we have to go along with what our officers have recommended, but make it clear that this is for 1 year only, and that we expect for next year's elections, all being well, that we go back to the previous polling scheme and that all the usual polling stations can be open. So with that, I would move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Burrett. We will now hold the vote on recommendation 3, polling arrangements May 2021 from the Governance Committee held on 26th of January 2021. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we start the block vote, can I ask if there's any Labour or Conservative members wishing to vote as an individual rather than as part of the block vote? No. Okay, we'll go on to the block voting first. And Councillor Lunnan, can you please provide the 15 Labour block votes on recommendation 3?
The 15 Labour block votes are against recommendation 3.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett, can you provide the 17 Conservative block votes?
Yes, the 17 Conservative block votes are in favour of recommendation 3.
Thank you. Councillor Fiveash, can you cast your vote, please, on recommendation 3?
Yeah, I vote against recommendation 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Zan, can you cast your vote on recommendation 3?
Against.
Thank you. Chair, we have tie of 17 all, so you'll need to use the cast your vote again. Again, you're voting as an individual, or you're voting as the mayor, not as an individual councillor.
Thank you. Well, as the mayor, I will support the officer's recommendation to vote for this recommendation.
It's therefore carried 18 votes to 17 using the casting vote.
Thank you. We will now consider the 4 recommendations arising from the Cabinet held on the 3rd of February 2021. Recommendation 4 is Climate Change Scrutiny Panel Final Report. Councillor Lamb, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will keep my comments relatively brief on the basis that I know that both the Cabinet member for this area and the Scrutiny Panel Chair have got extensive amounts that they've certainly said that the committees no doubt will inform members of the public about tonight. Just over a year ago, we called a climate emergency. And the reality is that while since that time we've been engaged in an emergency of another type, there has been no ability for us to let up in our attempts to deal with this. The reality is that everything is at stake. And while I'm aware that some members of the public, I've literally heard or read about people saying at focus groups, I know that saving the planet's important, but it's not the most important thing, is it? Well, actually it is. We all live here and we have to find a way of addressing the challenges that we face. And as a council, we are a major actor on the ground for tackling this. And as a town, we have been a massive contributor towards carbon emissions in the past. And I think we have something obligation to do something about it. And certainly, as we look to move and diversify the town's economy, as we look to replace those jobs that have been lost, is very much in the mind of members of those working towards that solution, that we need to be looking at green technology as part of that answer. So I'm very pleased to introduce this report. I'm very pleased at the work that the members of that scrutiny panel have done, and it's now down to us as a council to go out there and deliver the change that we need to save our planet for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Johns, I believe you are seconding this recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yes, it's my pleasure to second this recommendation. I very much welcome this report. It's really a topic that's incredibly important, if not the most important issue for us to tackle. In fact, it was just yesterday that Sir David Attenborough warned the UN Security Council that if we continue on our current path, we will face the collapse of everything that gives us our security, from things like food production, accessing fresh water, and even habitable temperatures. And even the chief exec of the Environment Agency yesterday said that over the last few years, the worst case scenarios of climate change have already been happening in the UK, with more extreme weather and flooding, and it's just getting worse. So the call to action is clear, and this report is a start for us to answer that as a council. And as Councillor Lamb said, this all began in 2019 with the drafting of the Climate Emergency Declaration motion, which our late friend Geraint Thomas was very much the driver behind. And no doubt he'd be really, really pleased to see the panel complete its work. And on that note, I'd like to thank all the panel members and the officers involved for all their hard work in putting together such a comprehensive report to consider the council's carbon emissions and helping to draw up these creative recommendations. I'd also like to pay particular tribute to Councillor Jaggard, who I can see, for her excellent chairing of the panel. I know she will come on to speak in greater detail about the report itself, but really she has done a brilliant job to pull this all together through sometimes quite difficult circumstances over the last, over 12 months now. And from sitting in on the meetings and presenting at one of the sessions, I know firsthand the wealth of information that has been considered by the panel. It really was a broad range of things, from transport, where we heard from the likes of Metro Bus, who are doing some exciting work with hydrogen buses, to areas like business, where they're talking about creating a more sustainable business park in Manor Royal. But what I found really heartening within this report is that we are actually already implementing a range of measures that the panel have recommended. And that includes things from improving and promoting active and sustainable transport, working with partners like West Sussex to increase our electric vehicle charging points, and even investing in renewable energy tech and energy efficiency, which we'll be delivering through our district heat network. On the recommendations itself, I know some have some reservations about Part B of the recommendations on paperless committee meetings, and I do understand and sympathise, especially for those with health issues or disabilities, that this may be challenging. So, Mr. Mayor, may I take this opportunity to reassure members that there will be a pragmatic approach to this and support for anyone who requires it. In terms of taking this fantastic work forward, the recommendations now need to be evaluated by the Officers Advisory Group. This is so that they can use their expertise to review each recommendation as part of the process to draw up the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And that's so we can really translate all this amazing work into real deliverable action and ensure that we actually meet the commitment that we made in the Climate Emergency Declaration and reach net zero by 2050. I'm really looking forward to seeing that action plan from officers as soon as possible, and hopefully that will be at some point later this year. And just to congratulate Councillor Jaggard and the scrutiny panel and the officers for such a valuable contribution in this fight against climate change. And just in closing, I'd just like to echo a line from the Climate Change Committee that I found, and that's to say that we don't reach net zero simply by wishing it. There will be difficult decisions to take and some sacrifices that we all need to make, but there has to be a process by which we reach that net zero goal. And I really do believe that this report here today is a first step towards reaching that very goal. So again, thank you again to everyone involved in producing this report, and really look forward to taking it forward and having that action plan in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. I can now bring in Councillor Jaggard as the Scrutiny Panel Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Jahans for his support and his kind words just now. And you know, a lot of what he said I was going to say, so I will cut and think about what I need to say. But I was delighted to chair this scrutiny panel, and I would again myself like to thank the officers involved across several services: Crawley Homes, environmental services, sustainability, the planning, commercial properties and assets, and also we had many cabinet members attended our meetings. And as has been said, this was set forward from a notice of motion back in July 2019, which seems such a long time ago, and it was very specific, and it was for workings and activities of Crawley Borough Council relating to the carbon emissions, and to report back as soon as possible. So that's such a long time ago now. There was a huge public interest, and that reflecting the importance and urgency of the climate change emergency. And so because there was such a huge public interest, we, the panel, offered public engagement sessions where members of the public could request speaking rights on the meeting's theme, and it's quite unusual. So community groups were invited. Those who spoke included the Crawley Green Party, Crawley Environmental Action, Crawley Extinction Rebellion, and many residents as well. We also had expert witnesses from Manor Royal, from West Sussex County Council, and from Metrobus. And all of their views and opinions were reflected in the final report. We started off with a baseline audit to establish our current position, and as Councillor Jahan said, we found that there were many policies that we were already putting in place. They were already in the pipeline. Things like the licensing committee was looking at the taxi policy, and the licensing committee recommended that all licensed taxis in the district become electric or zero carbon or ultra low emissions by 2030. The vehicle electric charging infrastructure network was also considered back in June 2020. The council pledged to deliver an increased number of electric vehicle charging points across the district at new homes, places of work, council car parks and on street. And it's also good to see just recently we've extended the air quality management area around Three Bridges Station. And many other local authorities are just suggesting the creation of a climate change officer post. Crawley Borough Council already has its sustainability manager in place. Huge support through this process, Louise Skipton-Carter gave me. So we looked at other themes. The transport, really enjoyed the transport. Metro bus, really dynamic. Hydrogen buses, really impressive. The commercial and business, the district heat network. Blue and green infrastructure, I've had a couple of meetings with the guys up in Worth Park about the sustainability of their planting, how drought resistant plants and things can be planted and really do so well, really inspiring people up there. Domestic buildings, again, another huge thing from Crawley Homes. And then we had sort of a general get together. And in that general thing, we found that we needed this action plan, as Councillor Jahans has said. The action plan should be led by officers because they've got the in-depth knowledge, expert knowledge of the council's projects and services. And that knowledge should be put into the action plan and then should be reported back to OSC and to the Cabinet on regular basis to make sure we stay on track. So the report has 19 recommendations in total, reflecting the complexity and wide-ranging nature of the remit. These recommendations are set out over the 5 themes in a very detailed 40-page document. And I don't intend to go through all of the recommendations because there are so many, and they have all been extensively researched and considered, and each recommendation is backed up by evidence that's shown in the report. And I appreciate that there are difficult decisions to make. As Councillor Jahan said, not all of us will support all of the individual recommendations, but it's a range of the changes, a balancing act, balancing cost, convenience, behaviour. But we did all agree to reduce the carbon emissions generated by the council, and we all need to do our bit. Many local authorities, many companies are making similar changes, and we need to make those changes to do things we maybe rather not do in order to slow down the climate change. This report is suggesting ways to achieve that, and therefore we need to find a way to make those changes, not all at once, but over the next few years. And so I really hope you can all support this recommendation. For a lot of work has gone into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jaggard. Councillor Peter Smith, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Peter Lamb's correct and Corinda Jones is correct that our dear friend Geraint Thomas put a huge amount of effort into putting this motion together. And in July 2019 at full council, where we all met in the same room, oddly, I was delighted to second the motion, having been something of an environmentalist my whole life and believe passionately in the need to recognise the climate change crisis, emergency, disaster, however you want to phrase it. And I would also share congratulations to Councillor Jaggard for the excellent chairing she did and the support that she received from officers. I attended all the meeting, and I too was impressed and pleased both by the meetings and the actual recommendations in the final report, which is really what it's all about. But to probably misparaphrase a former leader, we're not really at the end of at the beginning of the end. We're at the end of the beginning with the report. It's a very good report. It's got some very nice recommendations. But those recommendations exist because, or the climate change exists because we're doing all these things wrong. We're getting them wrong. We're no worse than anyone else, but we're getting them wrong. And it's time to change that and to adopt these recommendations, as Councillor Jaggard says, to make them work for us in our individual or our council context, and to make them work with the minimum negative impact on people. Most of the things we do for good reason, so to change them inevitably means you put some people out. And it's important to make sure that we keep a resolve, that this council keeps a resolve, and that each of us as councillors takes a lead, not just in the council, but in our communities, to take the climate change emergency out onto the street, and to make sure that the borough council itself takes action on the recommendations and sets an example so that we can work with other businesses, with other organisations to actually do something to start reversing the climate change. It's not going to be very easy. As we know all too well, we've had a very small and probably not fully worked out attempt to make one improvement on climate change recently that was nothing short of a complete disaster. So it is challenging to make change. We as the council must set the example. I was pleased today to address a meeting of over 40 business and community people discussing the Crawley Economic Recovery Task Force plan to deal with the post-COVID situation in the town, which, as some people are saying, is a big problem. But as Councillor Lamb says, it's not as big a problem as climate change, and we have to work with business, with community groups, with retired people, with young people, to make changes to stop abusing our planet so that it's a good place to live, not necessarily for people like me, but for my children and my grandchildren and your grandchildren. And I urge all councillors to support the recommendation, but more importantly to be evangelists and maintain some resolve when it comes to decision making and actually making a difference on climate change. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor McCarthy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I welcome this report. I welcome this report. There's some really good stuff in the report, and I'm looking forward to us making some changes for the benefit of the planet. One thing I'm going to just draw attention to is EV electric vehicle charging points. I'm glad that the report highlights the lack of charging points in my ward, in Forge Wood. I mean, we've got a new development of 1,900 houses and no provision for electric vehicles. So I think that I'm glad that that's been highlighted within the report, because I feel that that's a new development where the EV provision should have been in place. So I think we're pushing to improve the air quality and to get petrol vehicles off the road, diesel vehicles off the road, and we've got to make the electric vehicle offering better. And I know that's going to be difficult in some wards because of the nature of the nature of the streets, but I think in a new ward it really should have been provisioned. So thank you for this report. I think Kim did an absolutely fantastic job. I'll be supporting it, and I'm hoping everyone else will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Lanza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, congratulations again to Councillor Jaggard and the Scrutiny panel and the whole officer team for an excellent report. And you know, it's a vast subject and it's dealt with very thoroughly, particularly in terms of what this council can do to lead by example. I think there's another aspect to it as well, which might not be explicit in the report, but is in whatever way to confront the climate change deniers. And COVID has been mentioned inevitably in tonight's meeting, and I do wonder what degree of overlap there might be in practice between COVID deniers and climate change deniers. Both points of view are really dangerous to the point of tackling both crises. COVID, of course, illustrated for some of us how life used to be when we were less polluted. And I'll give one example of that, which is many thousands of miles away in New Delhi, where it became possible for the first time in living memory to actually see the Himalaya. And that's an example of the reduced pollution around the world. People want us to do more, and this report, I think, covers a whole lot of effort that the council can make. And I want to refer to the paperless one, the paperless recommendation. Now, I support the recommendation, but I really welcome the comment from Councillor Grinda-Jans about pragmatism in applying that, because without going into detail, there will be circumstances sometimes when people do need a paper copy of reports. So I was pleased to hear what he said. I'm also grateful to my colleagues at the Overview and Scrutiny Commission for accepting an amendment that we do a little bit more in terms of our meeting arrangements for the future. We've been having many virtual meetings, but there's a recommendation now being tabled to the Governance Committee that we look at how our meetings should be organised going forward. So that's a mix of physical meetings, virtual meetings and hybrid meetings. And the hybrid meeting is one where you have the simultaneous attendance both physically and virtually in the same meeting. So that's another example of us doing our bit, showing that we believe that there is a crisis, because there absolutely is one, and doing what we can in our significant way, quite frankly, in our town to deal with the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lanza. Councillor Brenda Burgess, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add my voice to everyone else and say it was this has been an excellent report, and thank you to Councillor Jaggard and all the officers involved. It's been a real sign of it's been a real exhibition of how well scrutiny can be. And I am concerned that we've only have a few years before it's irreversible, climate change and all the damage that we've done. So I'd like to see us as a leading light, not only for this area, but in the county as a whole. And I'd like to see the country as a whole be a leading light in the world. And it all starts with us. And I'm wondering how we can move us forward now. Simple things like use of less paper. Maybe now I'm not going to criticise anybody. Please don't take this personally, but sometimes I think our reports could be a little shorter and still contain the nut of the whole argument in it. And the challenge would be, could you put the details on a fewer sheets of paper without us losing the content? That is a major challenge. And I have to say that I'm not wholly convinced about electric cars because of the use of the battery, because as you know, it uses precious earth's resources, and sometimes it has from the bottom of the sea, I believe, which can damage the environment there. But I would love to see us involved in looking at fuels and energy resources outside that. I love the idea of what the Metro bus company are doing with the hydrogen, and with ourselves and now a new unit that's coming. And maybe we should start thinking about looking at what we can do with our rubbish. Could that be recycled for energy in any way? I know these are all projects that seem very far away at the moment, but we have to start thinking of them and thinking of them now, because as I say, time isn't that long. We only have a few years before climate change is irreversible. So thank you, and thank you again for such an amazing report, Councillor Jaggard, and I look forward to us moving forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burgess. Councillor Ayling.
Hello. I wasn't going to speak on this, but after listening to Bob Lanza, I thought I would just add to what he said, because us having virtual meetings has saved us all coming into town, into the council, driving in. I just wondered what that carbon footprint, how that has changed their carbon footprint. I don't know how you look into that, but it would be very interesting to find out how us having meetings at home like we are now, and how that has affected the council's carbon footprint. I don't know how you go about that, but maybe there's somebody at the council that can do that.
Thank you, Councillor Ayling. Are there any others wishing to speak? No? Okay, I know we're running a little late, but I do want to speak as well, just to say that there's an irony that we live next to Gatwick Airport, and I would imagine most of us want Gatwick Airport to bounce back and do really well. But at the same time, we have to be mindful of the carbon impact that Gatwick Airport doing really well does have on our town. So you could argue that there's a bigger responsibility upon us as beneficiaries of the jobs and the good things that come from having Gatwick Airport in our town. As a council, we need to be working sort of doubly hard to make sure that we're doing all we can to sort of mitigate those effects. I would also like to say that I hear about the deadlines and the time frames that the scientists suggest, and it's very good that the council is pushing the STEM subjects, because the way out of these situations is to design our way out and to come up with technologies that will work for the future generations for the long term. Whatever we do, we've been running on petrol and diesel for 100+ years. you know, and ironically, we started with steam, which was clean to a degree. It's still burning coal, but to a degree. We closed all the coal mines, and then we went to gas, and now gas is bad, and they're fracking for that, and that's bad. So what we need is for this new generation of people to come up with something that will work, and I think that hydrogen fuel cells is the way forward. But what I was going to say was it's very good that the airline industry themselves are sort of like the leading edge of this, and they themselves are looking at technologies that mean that their transport is sustainable going into the future. The only other thing I wanted to say was it would be nice to see in the town a focus on plantings that sustain the bee population, because one of the most frightening predictions is the decimation of the bee population on the earth. And if we can talk about anything we want, but if we don't have bees, we're in real trouble, because without pollination, things die. We won't have food. So with that, I'll leave it there and thank everybody for their contributions. Councillor Lamb, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 4, and in doing so, you can use your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to start by thanking Councillor Jaggard. It was most remiss of me not to mention the chair of the scrutiny panel and just thank the panel. I know that the work of a scrutiny panel chair is quite exacting, more so than just being a regular member of it. I think we have a solid start in terms of the report here. We have detailed evidence which outlines the nature of the challenge and some immediate proposals about how we do with it. But passing a report is one thing, actually getting on and tackling the problem is something quite different. And we need to bear in mind that, you know, we declared a climate emergency, but what do we really mean when we talk about an emergency? You know, if it is an actual emergency, you know, if the building's on fire, what stops you getting out of the building and taking sort of vulnerable people with you? Nothing does. You get it done, you know. In the context of climate change, there are an awful lot of lists that the moment we start talking about any actual practical action, people bring up to explain why you can't possibly do it. Do we mean it's an emergency? If we do mean it's an emergency, then whatever it takes, you do it. And some of those actions, and we've got to be mindful about this, so elected representatives who's next on the line every 12 months, in terms of council administration at least, a lot of these things will be very unpopular, because it means changing people's pattern of behaviour. So while the vast majority of people want action to be taken, we need to be very conscious that we have to be ready to do those things that may well be unpopular. Otherwise, everything that we've said here and everything that we said when we passed this initial motion are words, not substance. So I'm very happy to move the report formally and propose that we adopt it. But in doing so, we need to change our actions and not just our words.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. We will now hold the vote on recommendation 4, Climate Change Scrutiny Panel. Final report held on the 3rd of February 2021. Will the Democratic Service Manager please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Chair. We will just have the vote on recommendation 4. Can I just check if there's anyone, Labour or Conservative members, wishing to vote individually rather than a block vote? No. So, Councillor London, can you please provide the 15 Labour votes on recommendation 4?
The 15 Labour block votes in favour of recommendation 4.
Thank you. Councillor Barrow, the 17 block votes from the Conservative Party, please.
The 17 block votes from the Conservative Group are in favour of the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Fiveash, can you please cast your vote on recommendation 4?
Yeah, I vote for the recommendation.
Thank you. And Councillor Sedan, can you cast your vote on recommendation 4, please?
For recommendation 4, please.
Thank you. Chair, that's unanimous. 34 members, all in favour.
Thank you. 4. Thank you very much. Therefore, recommendation 4 is agreed. Okay, we will now consider recommendation 5, 2021-2022 budget and council tax. Councillor Lamb, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today has felt like it's been a very long time coming. It was in March of last year that it became clear the global pandemic would hit Crawley hard, and while rightly at the time all action was focused on determining the best approach for getting the town through the first lockdown and the immediate and challenges involved, such as ensuring those who are shielding had access to food and medicine, working with the police to ensure compliance with the rules and restrict access to prohibited areas, and making our services COVID safe so the council could continue to work on behalf of the community. Throughout all of it, we knew that this year's budget was going to require substantial cuts. This is the first year the council has had to make, in terms of first substantial cuts the council has had to make in a number of years now. The reality is that while the vast majority of the council's money to pay for services is coming from 3 sources, and those sources have all been hit hard this year. Retained business rates, council tax and income tax generated locally, or rather income generated locally, that's things like paying for services, fees and charges, has been hit particularly hard because our economy has been hit harder than almost any other. As a result, the level of business rates has dropped over this year, something which is unlikely to recover, or will not recover rather, until all those empty units are filled again. The knock-on effect to unemployment means that far more households now qualify for council tax benefits, so we've got fewer people paying council tax to help fund local services. And throughout the lockdowns, the councils paying services have not only not made money, but due to contractual obligations have lost substantial amounts of money. While the last of these 3 things may well recover quickly once the restrictions have ended, the reality is that business rates and our council tax base will only return when Crawley's economy has reached its previous levels. Mr. Mayor, we can only spend money the council has. Unlike central government, we cannot legally borrow to fund our services. The law also states the council cannot fund services from our capital reserves. And were the council to set a budget which committed to spend money that we did not have, under the local government legislation, the government would send in commissioners to take a red pen to our budget without understanding or concern for the needs and priorities of our community. So when the council's income drops, we have 2 choices. Find a way to make the money back elsewhere, or cut spending to our new income. For the last 6 years, the council has chosen the former approach. Wherever we face cuts, we've set about making the money back elsewhere, investing reserves that we can't spend on services, instead in property, and using those rates, the money that's paid in rents, to help fund our services, upgrading the council's paying facilities to bring in more money, rebuilding the currently expensive to run town hall to produce a much lower cost facility with new income streams from A-grade accommodation, commercial space, and its low-grade, low-carbon district heat network. I would dearly love to take this route again, to pull another rabbit out of our hat and to keep things as they are. Unfortunately, this year 2 things prevent it. Firstly, the scale of the income drop this year is far beyond anything we faced in recent years, something that would take much longer than a single year to replace. The second thing is that until the pandemic has passed, we have no way of generating money at all in the way in which we have in the past. Indeed, with many council investments, the question now is no longer how do we make money, but how do we avoid losing money on those investments? That leaves us with only one option we can legally take: cutting our spending to match the council's new income. For the first time, members of both Labour and the Conservatives have worked together on this budget to get the town through this crisis. We've considered all the options, we've looked at all of the alternatives, and then we've gone to the public to ask what they thought. The budget consultation we conducted received the most responses this council has ever received in a consultation before, a real success given how limited our opportunities were for reaching out to residents. 2/3 of the savings that we've made are still back office savings which do not affect the front line. For the remaining frontline cuts, we've followed the priorities expressed by residents during that consultation. Now, unsurprisingly for those affected, the cuts eventually proposed will remain unpopular. I do not doubt that those individuals face a loss, one I really wish we didn't have to cause, but we simply don't have that option. Regardless, when we received the surprise government funding at the end of last year, we took the decision to reduce the impact of proposed cuts this year to maintain those services for as long as the council could afford. But I do want to be clear that it's not all doom and gloom. We'll continue to invest heavily in new council housing this year, which is funded in a different way to council services, providing much needed new affordable housing for many long-term Crawley residents. We'll also be investing over 77 million in capital improvements in key parts of the town and council's infrastructure this year, and coordinating far more on behalf of and in partnership with other organisations. As always, we will work to find improvements to the way we provide services within our existing budget to meet the needs and the aspirations of our residents. This budget puts the council on a sound financial footing for the next year. And while things are very tough right now, I fully believe that Crawley and its council have far better times ahead. It's our job as members to now go out and deliver it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Crowe, I believe you are seconding the recommendation.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I formally second the budget, and I will speak now, as I don't subscribe to this practice of seconding and then speaking later. So I will do my speech now. Firstly, can I place on record my thanks and that of the Conservative group to the finance team and all the officers who've worked up this budget in what has been the most challenging of times to work on a budget. And can I also thank the leader of the Labour group for presenting his budget and all the work that he, and indeed many of us, have done to bring about a balanced and sustainable budget, ensuring this council remains on a sound financial footing and is able to continue providing good local services for the people of Crawley. Whoever forms the administration after the May elections will have a less difficult task to balance the books going forward because of the work that we have done together this year. And who knows, that comment might even get said back to me this time next year if I happen to be the one proposing the budget on behalf of the council. I haven't seconded our annual budget at full council since the days of Councillor Lanza being leader. And a year ago, I never would have thought I'd actually be seconding a budget from a Labour leader of this council. But this is actually probably the single most important thing I do at this council in this exceptional year. We all know the devastating impact that COVID-19 has had on health, on well-being, and of course, our economy, with Crawley being very badly hit. But the knock-on effect of all that is local authorities across the country have taken a huge financial hit, just at the time when demand for help and assistance has shot up. This applies across the country to every local authority, although our town of Crawley has seen greater job losses and more people put on furlough due to our dependence on Gatwick Airport. And we all know how aviation has been affected. Now, I hope members don't spend this evening criticising the government, because while no government gets everything right, what we have seen is a wholly unprecedented level of financial support from government to local authorities and to communities, the likes of which we've never seen before and hopefully will never be needed again. When you factor in the furlough scheme and all the business grants funded at the government that this council has been helping to distribute, we are talking absolutely mind-blowing amounts of money. And what this means is that we, as a local authority, will just about be able to live within our means. And we should remember that, because the government are not living within their means. As the leader did quite rightly point out, of course, government can borrow, and we cannot borrow to fund day-to-day services, but the government are not living within their means. And one day, the amount of borrowing will have to be paid back. But they are right to be giving the amount of financial support that they are now throughout the pandemic. But getting the public finances back on track as the country recovers is going to be tough. And to use an old phrase, I think we're all going to be in it together. And those tough choices will be there, whether it's Boris or Captain Hindsight leading the country. So coming back to me seconding this budget and how important that is, the backdrop from the pandemic and the sheer uncertainty that created was taking us to a very worrying place. And then in July, there was, if I can put it politely, a falling out within the Labour group that led to two of its members leaving and going independent. And this created a council of no overall control at perhaps the worst possible time. But we acted like adults and we fixed that problem by the two groups agreeing to work together for the rest of this council year. And crucially, to put Crawley first when all of our focus rightly needed to be on supporting our communities. No one would have thanked us for having had a power struggle at that time. We agreed to work together, and that's exactly what we've done. This budget in particular, with all the challenges there were, has been the key item we have worked together on over this last year. And we've had member engagement available at every step of the way. And we also undertook an extensive public consultation that helped to inform us. And as the leader has said, we had a huge response to that. We've worked constructively, and I recognise we are making some savings we prefer not to have to make. But it is imperative that we keep this council on a sound financial footing and not go the way of Croydon Council, which is the nearest Labour majority council to us here in Crawley, at just 22 miles up the road. Indeed, very sadly, in November, Croydon Council issued a Section 114 notice, which was effectively declaring itself bankrupt. And this meant that the council could not spend money on anything it is not legally required to provide. We must never follow the Croydon way here in Crawley, because if we do, we'll simply end up with more pain in the long term, and none of us should ever want that. Now, I know the decisions being taken about the adventure playgrounds and the grants are difficult for us, but we are going to have to do some things differently if we are to maintain good services overall. I'd like to briefly talk about council tax, and to say certain members perhaps getting a little bit excited about it, as they usually do. You can see that both the Police and Crime Commissioner and the County Council are indeed increasing by a higher percentage than us. But what's really key here is that all three of these precepting authorities are putting up council tax by the maximum amount that we are allowed to do under the current government legislation. And these rates of increase are not in any way an indication as to the levels of financial competence at those different authorities. And any councillor that likes to infer that, really they do, and they should know better. No one likes council tax rises, but we shouldn't forget that we did have 5 years of a local council tax freeze during the last decade. And not only did we save on not having to pay more for each of those years, we're still paying less today thanks to that cumulative effect of having a 5-year freeze. I'm very confident that we're passing the best possible budget tonight, both for this council and most importantly for Crawley. I would urge all members to support it. And if you can't support it, then you should have engaged with the process that all the other councillors did and come up with credible alternatives to something that you didn't like. And the reason why that hasn't happened is because actually there isn't really any credible alternative to the budget that we have come up with together tonight. But hopefully going forward, the council's income will pick up as society opens up, and we will be able to generate income once again. We know we're still in very tough times, but there are reasons for optimism, and we should be in a much better place as the financial year progresses. So I'm looking forward to this year getting better, not only for Crawley, of course, and for the country, but for the council as well, because when the council can do better and can provide more services, I'd like to think the town does better as well. I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor, and thank everyone involved for their contributions to putting together this budget in these very extreme times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crowe. Okay, now I can bring in speakers. Who wishes to speak? Councillor Jonathan Purdy, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will keep myself short, if I may. I would like to thank the officers, Natalie and her team, for their hard work on putting together the budget and on identifying the internal efficiencies behind the front line that has enabled us to help meet our revenue numbers, to match our revenue numbers, without cutting frontline services excessively. The conversation on the budget was started early, which is always the right thing to do, and it involved a number of difficult and challenging choices onto where additional income could be found to deliver those services that are needed, and where efficiencies could be found and made to reduce costs. Transferring the garages from the housing revenue account to the general fund may look like an accounting sleight of hand, but it will allow a commercial asset, the garages, to be managed on a commercial basis, whilst at the same time, the payment of 17 million of capital from the general fund to the housing revenue fund will enable the building of new homes in our town. As Councillor Crowe has already mentioned, we must avoid the path of a Section 114 notice and effectively declaring bankruptcy. And we must thank central government in Westminster, not something that happens often in this council, for the support that it has given to businesses, to residents through the furlough scheme, and to this council with over £7 million of additional funding this year, nearly half our budget. We must remember that it's little over a decade since the last Labour Chief Secretary to the Treasury left office with a message for his successor saying, sorry, there's no money left. We cannot allow that situation to exist here in Crawley. I'm very pleased to say that we have worked successfully as a Conservative group with the Labour group in producing a budget that is sensible and achievable, and I would commend it to all members. It has my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Tim Lunham, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this budget is very different from the budget I think most of us as councillors would want to set. It's unfortunately true that, you know, the way local council finance works means that we don't have a choice of making our purses match our desires. We have to make our desires match our purses, as it were. Unfortunately, otherwise, as been alluded to, we do end up in section 114, which is effectively where the council declares bankruptcy. Although I did think it's slightly unfortunate, considering we're talking about passing this budget together, that Councillor Crowe tried to make a case for Labour councils having issued sections 114, when of course the first council to do so was Northamptonshire County Council, which was a Conservative run county council. So I would just say that parties of all colours have fallen by the wayside and try not to make it party political, which, you know, the whole point of tonight and the whole point of the arrangement at the start of the year was to not make it party political and put those differences aside and try and do the best for this town. Personally, I'd like to say it's very sad with what's happening with the Broadfield Adventure Playground. But you know, if you look at the numbers, they're simply unavoidable. So it's a great shame. But you know, everybody's having to tighten their budgets to make them work where they can. And I'll be supporting this budget tonight.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lunham. Councillor Karen Sedan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I shall be voting against this increase. It's pretty basic that if you don't have enough money to pay for things, you have to spend less or you have to increase your income. If you can't increase your income, then you have to decide what you're going to spend less on. That's what the leader is saying, albeit that he's dressing it up in fancy words. The reason I shall be voting against this increase is because from the start of the pandemic, I think there has been a lack of imagination in the leadership of this council when it comes to both, when it comes to tightening your belts and increasing the income. From the start of the pandemic, it would have been obvious that there was going to be a cost to the council. The response of the leader has been to lobby the government for more money. That's been the response of many councils, and it's a valid response, and I support those efforts to try and get some more money for Crawley from the government. Councillor Crowe referred to Croydon Council. Croydon Council was actually criticised by independent auditors, and I certainly don't think I'm going to be accused of being party political here. But Croydon Council was criticised by independent auditors for only having a narrow approach of going to central government for more money, rather than looking at ways it was spending the money that it already had and not looking at ways that it could increase things. Several suggestions were made at the start of the pandemic. Some of the things were done that were suggested to Crawley have been done by neighbouring councils, and they've actually increased their income by selling services to people in Crawley. I think that we missed the boat on that, and I think that some of the criticisms that have been made of Croydon Council, I'm afraid, could be made of us. So those are my reasons for voting against this increase, not because I haven't paid attention to the debate about the budget itself, but because I've been looking very carefully at how we've been approaching the pandemic right from the start. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sedan. Councillor Lanza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I welcome this budget. I think the consultation has been excellent, both with the public and across all members of the council. And I think it's a very powerful demonstration of the commitment of the Conservative and Labour groups to work together in time of crisis. And a large part of our income for the future will be from business rates. And those business rates, they only increase on the back of a sound economy with both central government support and actions that we can take as a local authority. And I do know through conversations with members of the business community that they very much appreciate the, as it were, the grown-up attitude of Crawley Borough Council in securing a political agreement during these times of crisis, because it provides some certainty for business about our attitude to the economy, and that's highly important and much valued by the business community. I just want to make a point. It's quite interesting about recommendation 5 part G to approve the pay policy statement for 2021-22. I made a comment when this was being discussed that it should have included a reference to the public sector pay cap, but in reality, whoever wrote this managed to see into the future, because that pay cap has been abandoned, and the fact that it's not in here, they were right. So whoever saw that, well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lanza. Councillor Peter Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I too have welcomed the opportunity for both sides of the chamber, or the virtual chamber, whatever the two sides look like, to work together in an adult and grown-up way. And the result of that has been to do the best possible for our residents that we have been able to do, given the financial circumstances we find ourselves in. We were fortunate to enter the pandemic with the finances in a very good shape, and with, in fact, some reserves that we've put away over the previous few years. But it was completely out of the blue, the extra costs that we've incurred, as well as the massive drops in income that we've received. And we certainly have not had all of our shortfalls filled in as was promised to us. But nonetheless, we've worked together as adults and in an intelligent way, and the vast majority of members of this council actually took part in that process, so that we can actually all pull together and use our ideas and intelligence to do the best for our taxpayers. I don't think any of us were elected to make reductions in the services we provide, whichever party we represent, and I certainly wasn't. But we are faced with so-called tough choices, and we have made the most intelligent ones we can at the time, based on consultation and talking to the people that matter most to us, our residents, and they have spoken. So I'm going to support the recommendation, and I'm going to congratulate all members for actually working together to come up with this best solution for Crawley and for Crawley people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Just to note that we have passed the point of the guillotine, so after we hold the vote, we will have to hold a vote on the guillotine as well. Are there any further speakers? No, I won't delay by speaking, so let's get to the vote.
I believe I have a right to reply.
Yes, but bear with me. As there are no further speakers, Councillor Lamb, please formally.
I get that. Okay.
Go on. Go ahead. Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, can I say, I mean, several political points have been raised in this, so I'm going to gloss over them on the basis that, you know, we have actually had a good year of working together to try and get through this. And all the feedback I've had from residents has been that they have been, you know, very pleased to see everyone being grown-ups on this and actually trying to work together. And the reality is, whatever happens in May's elections, we're not through this yet, and we are going to have to continue to find ways of including people and working in a proactive way, to, you know, an adult way of trying to get ourselves through this crisis. You know, Okay. You know, it's been suggested that there are alternatives to this that could have been done through income generation. I actually have meetings with other local authority leaders, and I can tell you we're the best off in the local area in terms of our current position by some way. The reality is you might make some money doing some of the things that we've seen proposed in the past. They have all been considered. Trying to start things off from scratch usually is a pretty high cost in the first year, which is exactly what we've got at the moment. And the idea that's going to close a £2.4 million budget gap, well, I've been accused of a lack of imagination, and that would require one heck of a lot of imagination to believe that was possible. At the end of the day, it's sad that it's not going to be a unanimous vote from the sound of things, but I'm very happy to know from the sound of things it's going to get the votes of everyone who actually bothered to participate in the financial process, which I guess is the most that can happen if people don't attend meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Because we kind of got mixed up there, I now need to say this. As there are no further speakers, Councillor Lamb, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 5.
It is so moved.
Thank you very much. We will now hold the vote on recommendation 5, 2021-2022 budget and council tax, held on the 3rd of February 2021. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct a recorded vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarity, as this is the budget setting recorded vote, it is an individual vote and it's not through block vote. So each member will be called individually to cast a vote, which is a legal requirement for the budget and for the precepts. So we'll start with Councillor Ascot. Please vote on the budget recommendation.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Aylings.
4.
Councillor Andrew Belbin.
4.
Councillor Tina Belbin.
4.
And Brenda Burgess.
Right, a 4. I need my picture up just a moment. That's better. 4.
Thank you, Councillor Burgess. I got that. Councillor Bob Burgess.
4.
Councillor Richard Burris.
4.
Councillor Crowe.
4.
Councillor Eade.
4.
Councillor Fiveash.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Flack.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Goyra.
4.
Councillor Hart.
4.
Sorry, Councillor, can you say that again, please? I missed it.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Irvine.
4.
Councillor Jaggard.
4.
Councillor Johans.
4.
Councillor Jones.
4.
Councillor Lamb.
4.
Councillor Lanza.
4.
Councillor Lunnan.
4.
Councillor, excuse me. Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McElhaney.
4.
Councillor McCarthy.
4.
Councillor Miller Smith.
4.
Councillor Mullins.
4.
Councillor Mgali.
4.
Councillor Pennington.
4.
Councillor Peck.
4.
Councillor Pickett.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
4.
Councillor Rana.
4.
Councillor Brenda Smith.
4.
Councillor Peter Smith.
4.
Finally, Councillor Sedan.
Against.
The recommendation of carrying of the budget, approving the budget, has been carried by 32 votes for, 2 votes against.
Thank you very much. Another historic vote for Crawley. Recommendation 5 is therefore agreed. We will now, sorry, we need to do the guillotine. I'll leave that.
For practical purposes, rather than doing a further recorded vote, and I'm not sure if that block votes have been agreed, my suggestion, subject to members and having discussed it with Mr. Mayor, is that if any members do not wish to continue as a for further half an hour or using the guillotine, please indicate now. Otherwise, if members are okay, we will continue, because there are recommendations that members need to agree. So, is there any members who are against using the against the meeting extending by a further 30 minutes?
Point of order, Mr. Bedlow. Could you just explain to members exactly, just so they know what they're voting for, what's the latest we can go on till, and what has to be done in case we don't support it?
Okay,
just so everybody's clear.
Of course. Sorry. At 10 o'clock, and we've gone till 15:15 now because of the budget vote. Council at 10 should have a vote on the guillotine to extend. The guillotine should fall at 10 o'clock or 2.5 hours after the beginning of a meeting or the full council meeting. You are then at 10 o'clock and then for a further half an hour, 10:30, or when the first vote is extended for half an hour, can extend it. At 11 o'clock, the guillotine falls unless a constitutional change is made. The meeting cannot go past 11 o'clock unless a change to the constitution. So there can be 2 extensions from 10 o'clock. At this point, we probably do 1, and then it would have to fall at 10 unless a constitutional change. In terms of recommendations, the council was required. The council was required to agree or to deal with the recommendations. There are 5 more recommendations, 6 to 10, or 6 to 10 on the agenda. Members will need to vote on. If the guillotine falls right now, what would happen is they would be simply moved and seconded by the named members, and the vote would happen via the block votes, or however, apart from recommendation 10, which is just to note. Then the meeting would finish. So and that would be the same if we hit 11 o'clock, if those recommendations have not been completed. Other items on the agenda, there is no requirement to finish, then the guillotine will just fall. Hopefully that explains it. I'm happy to take any questions, but on that, if that answers your question, Councillor London.
No, that was very good. Thank you.
So if members are happy, I will propose. I will continue with the suggestion that I did with Mr. Mayor, was that if any member does not wish to continue, can you show by turning your cameras on, which will will put you forward. Otherwise, extending by half an hour, then we'll have a recorded vote, be a block or by individuals after that, because there are recommendations to continue. There are no members indicating to not to continue. Okay. With therefore, if I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, that the guillotine has been extended for half an hour.
Yep.
So until
10 to 11.
Yeah, and then there'll be a
for that last 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Well, with that in mind, obviously, please limit. Don't limit debate, but limit your points based on the limited time that we have. Make them a bit more succinct. Thank you. Okay, we will now consider recommendation 6, Treasury Management Strategy 2021-2022. Councillor Lamb, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In that case, I will be brief. This report is essentially the same as our usual Treasury management strategy, which sets out how the council will invest its money over the course of the year. Even when we haven't got much money, you still have a lot that you're collecting at any one time, and you also have reserves, even if you're not necessarily allowed to spend them. And so the council invests them in ways to try and generate a return, but also to keep them safe and secure and liquid and ready to be spent when need be. We're maintaining essentially the same policy as we have in the past. The format of the report has changed because our advisors on this have changed, but the one thing I probably should bring to the attention of members is the potential issue of negative interest rates, that the council is no longer in the days where we can generate a decent return on its investments or even any return at all. There once was a time when we're generating £6 million a year from them, which those days are back right now. Actually, at the moment, during the pandemic, the main thing is to try and avoid negative interest rates, where you invest a certain amount with someone, you will get back less at the end of that period of time. While there might be some strategies for doing this by taking on riskier investments, it is very much the view of the Chartered Institute of Public Finance Accountants that the most important thing is the security of the money, which means that you invest with secure counterparties even at a potentially negative interest rate. We haven't had to do this so far. We're hopeful to not have to do it in the future, but moving forward in compliance with the SIPFA rules, we will probably be, or possibly be, if we go into that situation, in a position where the council is better off investing with people where it will lose money than keeping them, frankly, in a bank account, which is much higher risk.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Peter Smith, I believe you are seconding the recommendation.
I formally second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any people who wish to speak on this matter? Councillor Crowe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just to say that the Conservative Group will be supporting recommendation 6, and that we are absolutely right as a council not to be investing in Bitcoin at this time.
Duly noted. Okay, as there are no further speakers, Councillor Lamb, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 6, and in doing so, you can use your right to reply.
I formally move the recommendation.
Thank you. We will now hold the vote on recommendation 6, Treasury Management Strategy 2021-2022, held on 3rd of February 2021. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On recommendation 6, can I just check if there's any members of the Conservative or Labour Group wishing to vote as individuals rather than through the block vote? No? Okay, we will now continue with the block vote. Councillor Lannan, can you please provide the Labour 15th block vote on recommendation 6?
The 15 Labour block vote on recommendation 6 is in favour.
Councillor Barrow, can you provide the 17 Conservative block votes?
Yes, the 17 block votes from the Conservative Group are in favour.
Councillor Fiveash, can you cast your vote on recommendation 6, please?
Yeah, I vote for recommendation 6.
Thank you. And Councillor Sedan, can you cast your vote on recommendation 6?
4.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, recommendation 6 was carried unanimously.
Thank you.
All in favour.
Recommendation 6 is therefore agreed. On to recommendation 7, the Horth Theatre contract extension. This is based on a Part B report. However, I mentioned earlier that I'm intending to have the discussion in open session unless any member objects. If there is an objection, please indicate now by turning on your camera. Thank you. No objections then. Just a reminder, please do not mention any of the contract or contractors details during the discussion, as it is Part B. Or that could become Part B, I should say. Councillor Lamb, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm something at a loss to know exactly what I'm allowed to say now, to be honest. I guess I can just put the context to this, that there are generic contracts that every council tends to have with their contractors, which carry certain liabilities for changes in law. COVID amounts to one of those. It comes with potentially significant financial issues attached to it. We were due to go out to market anyway, or to develop an in-house solution to deal with the Horth leisure facilities in the next couple of years anyway. Clearly, in the midst of a pandemic, the offers that you'd get would not be particularly great. This proposal is about mitigating some of the liabilities that we have on the Horth, or have already accrued on the Horth, and we believe represents best value in terms of delivering this service and in terms of use of council taxpayers' money, and gives us the opportunity to determine the long-term trajectory of the Horth when we're in a position to do so, which we are not currently due to the pandemic. Hopefully I haven't said anything actionable on there.
No. It's all suitably vague, but very helpful and a good explanation of the position that we're in. Okay, Councillor Mullins, I believe you're seconding.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do second. I feel somewhat disappointed that we couldn't explore what the immediate future would look like, but the circumstances that we have found ourselves in have made that literally impossible. And the fact that the Horth has virtually been closed for a year means that nothing has been really viable, and we certainly weren't in a situation to look at other contracts. Well, I might add that looking at generally at the contract situation, it's at this time very unclear what future contracts might look like. Because of what's happened, potential contractors might well put up much higher defence barriers or try to put those into their contracts. And in fact, we might try to do the same. And it could be that we are facing a future of very difficult circumstances in finding ourselves in this unprecedented time and the circumstances that came out of it. Very, very difficult situation altogether. And I look forward for us to get back to normal and for the Horth to be open and running again, and that artists who I think have really suffered during this period will perhaps be able to find an expression for their art again once more. So I will second this, but it's with great sadness that we're having to deal with this in this way. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mullins. Are there any speakers? Okay, as there are no further speakers, Councillor Lamb, please formally move the adoption of Recommendation 7, and in doing so, you can use your right to reply.
I formally move the Recommendation 7.
Thank you very much. We will now hold the vote on Recommendation 7, the Horth Theatre contract extension held on 3rd of February 2021. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just check if there's any members of either Conservative or Labour groups not wanting to use the block vote? Please indicate now. Nope, so I will ask that Councillor Lunnan provides the 15 Labour block votes on Recommendation 7, please.
The 15 Labour block vote is in favour of Recommendation 7.
Thank you. Councillor Burrow, can you provide the 17 Conservative block votes on Recommendation 7?
Yes, the 17 block votes from the Conservative group are in favour of Recommendation 7.
Thank you. Councillor Fiveash, can you cast your vote on Recommendation 7 even, please?
Yeah, sure. I vote in favour of Recommendation 7. Thank you.
And Councillor Sedan, can you cast your vote on recommendation 7, please.
4.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that was unanimous in support of the recommendations. Recommendation 7 is now carried by 34 to.
Thank you very much. Recommendation 7, I'm there myself. Recommendation 7 is therefore agreed. Thank you. We will now consider recommendation 8, notice of Precept 2021-2022. Councillor Lamb, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of those ridiculous things we're legally required to do, even though it doesn't make a lot of sense, which is that we've already agreed a budget tonight which set the council tax that we're going to charge, which is an extra £4.95 this year, a 2.37% increase. But because we collect council tax on behalf of every authority, despite the fact we only get 11% of it, we're required to sign off on everyone's, even though we can't change it and note a bunch of things. People won't be surprised in the report by the larger figures, but rather than politicising this, bearing in mind it's a very long meeting anyway, all I'm going to say is we have to sign off on this. We don't really have an alternative.
Duly noted. Thank you very much. And Councillor Crowe, I believe you are seconding this.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I formally second the notice of Precept and don't feel the need to add any further comment.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak? No, it's a no. Okay, as there are no further, as there are no further speakers, Councillor Lamb, please formally move the adoption of recommendation 8, 2021-2022, and in doing so, you can use your right to reply.
I formally move recommendation 8.
Thank you. We will now hold the vote on recommendation 8, notice of Precept 2021-2022. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct the recorded vote?
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, as with the budget setting report, the Precept is one of those documents where you set the council tax, so is a straight recorded vote and there's no block votes. So we're asking each member individually on recommendation 8 setting the Precept. Councillor Ashcroft.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Ayling.
4.
Sorry, Councillor Ayling. Can you try? Okay, I heard that. Councillor Andrew Belbin.
4.
Councillor Tina Belbin.
4.
Councillor Brenda Burgess.
4.
Councillor Bob Burgess.
4.
Councillor Richard Burrows.
4.
Councillor Crowe.
4.
Councillor Eade.
4.
Councillor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Flack.
4.
Councillor Fiveash.
I will vote against this one. Thank you.
Councillor Guidera.
4.
Councillor Hart.
4.
Councillor Irvine.
4.
Councillor Jaggard.
4.
Johans.
4.
Councillor Jones.
4.
Councillor Lamb.
4.
Councillor Lanza.
4.
Councillor Lunnan.
4.
Councillor.
What?
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McClaney.
4.
Councillor McCarthy.
4.
Councillor Miller Smith.
4.
Councillor Mullins.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Magali.
4.
Councillor Peck.
4.
Councillor Bellington.
4.
Councillor Pickett.
4.
Councillor Purdy.
4.
Councillor Rana.
4.
Councillor Brenda Smith.
4.
Councillor Peter Smith.
4.
And finally, Councillor Sudan.
Against.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the precept is passed, 32 votes for and 2 against.
Thank you very much. Therefore, recommendation 8 is
You're on mute.
Thank you very much. Therefore, recommendation 8 is agreed. Apologies. We will now consider recommendation 9, appointment of the monitoring officer. Councillor Lamb, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was a member of a 5-member panel that interviewed potential candidates for the monitoring officer position. The monitoring officer position is the highest legal officer of the council. They are responsible for ensuring that we follow the law. They're one of only 3 positions which are very, very, very hard for us to fire on the basis that they run our standards process and are ensuring that we are compliant with all the different rules and regulations. They are also, in this case, our head of service for legal and democratic services. So they are the sorts of people who oversee elections and oversee all the business that we usually get involved with as members ourselves. It was a 5-member panel, 3 Conservatives, 2 Labour members. I was appointed chair of the panel. I'm very pleased to say that we recommended appointing the candidate unanimously, and we're convinced he's going to make a very successful appointment to that role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Crowe, I believe you're seconding the recommendation.
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor, certainly very happy to. I was also a member of that panel, and I thank the Labour leader for chairing that panel. It's not an easy role, and looking forward to our new head of service joining us as soon as he is able to. I think we've selected a very good candidate, and look forward to working with him.
Thank you, Councillor Crowe. Anybody else wish to speak on this matter? Nope.
Yes, me. Sorry.
Yeah, oh, sorry, Councillor Pickett, please do go ahead.
Francis, who is it?
Sorry, Peter, you want to come in, yes? Peter, you're on mute at the moment. Sorry, Councillor.
So I was just saying, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to address all of that in the right to reply at the end, if we can accept that that's now, since I've got the live bit on me.
Yes, we can. There's no other speaker.
Okay, brilliant. It's a gentleman named Siraj Chowdhury. He is he currently works for a neighbouring council in Surrey. He is no doubt watching this. Actually, he seemed incredibly well versed on all of us and everything we've been up to of recent years, and was very well aware of Crawley, our particular challenges, needs, and aspirations. And I think he's going to make a fantastic appointment. He was previously a practicing solicitor, and he's worked his way through a council, so he's very familiar with all the different tasks involved in this role.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
And I formally move that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lamb. We will now hold the vote on recommendation 9, appointment of the monitoring officer. Will the Democratic Services Manager please conduct the recorded vote?
As ever, can I just check if any members of the Labour or Conservative group wishes to vote as an individual rather than as part of their block vote? Take it as a no then. So Councillor Lunn, please can you by the Labour 15 block votes on recommendation 9, the monitoring officer?
Labour in favour on recommendation 9, our 15 block vote.
Councillor Burrow, the Conservative 17 block votes on the monitoring officer
Yes, the 17 Conservative block votes are also in favour of the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Fiveash, can you cast your vote on the appointment of the monitoring officer?
Yeah, I vote for this recommendation.
Thank you. And Councillor Sudan.
For. Yeah, for.
Thank you. Cheers. That's unanimous in appointing Siraj Chowdhury as the new monitoring officer.
Thank you very much. Therefore, the recommendation 9 is agreed, and congratulations to him. Okay. We will now consider recommendation 10, notification of decision protected from call-in. As you'll see from page 3 of the agenda, the Chief Executive on the 18th of November 2020 used her protection from call-in authority in relation to a decision taken by the leader of the council in respect of additional restrictions, discretionary business grant, revised scheme and guidelines. In line with the council's constitution, use of her protection from call-in must be reported to the full council. Does any member wish to speak on this matter? Okay, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. It'd probably be appropriate to give some context to this. I think this might be the first time I've seen this protection used in my 11 years on the local authority. It is very rare, and where it is used, that's reported annually to the Governance Committee to review if the power is being used appropriately. In this context, the council was awarded the ability to, or rather was given money by central government to coordinate this further scheme. We did not have an opportunity to get that through the formal decision-making process, including if anyone was to call it in, we wouldn't be able to go through the formal process and actually get it out. And I think people would accept that with businesses struggling so much already, that the importance of having that scheme in place to actually start getting money out to them while we were going into that lockdown was the critical thing to do, even if we ideally have liked to give the members the opportunity to call it in should they wish to. So there wasn't anything nefarious. This is very much the national scheme that's being run at the moment in terms of providing support to local businesses.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Malik, will you second?
I'm happy to second, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any speakers who like to comment? No? Okay, as this is a procedural matter, no recorded vote is required. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, item 9, Councillors' questions time. Councillor question time. The Mayor, bear with me a second. I have renewed respect for talk show hosts. The next item is Councillors' question time, and we have 30 minutes for this redesigned item, although we don't, unless we take other action. We will start with noting the 2 sets of written questions submitted by Councillor Sudan and Councillor Fiveash, respectively, as detailed in the supplementary agenda on page 15, which includes the responses Leader of the Council, Councillor Lamb, and from the Cabinet of Housing, Councillor Irvine. Cabinet Member of Housing, sorry, that's not correctly noted on here. Before I start the verbal questioning element, I want to remind all members, both asking and those responding to the questions, to be succinct. It's very important now. Also, this is a councillor's question time, so please refrain from making statements. Councillor Sudan, do you wish to ask a supplementary question or ask a further question?
Yes, please. I'd like to ask a supplementary, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I thank the leader for his response to my question. I do recall that the reason for joining the Greater Brighton Economic Board was so that we could have our feet on the lobbying soapbox. The cost to the public of that place at the table, as it was put then, has been £55,000. In the light of the leader's reply, please could he explain the comments he made to the Greater Brighton Economic Board in July, in which he said that, and I quote, Crawley Borough Council was not receiving any economic benefit through membership of the board. My question was asking about what material benefit has come to Crawley as a direct result of membership of the board. I'm not asking about benefits that would have resulted from the lobbying, whether or not Crawley was involved. nor am I asking about benefits that have nothing to do with lobbying by CBC or anybody else. In other words, I wanted to know, how would we be worse off if we withdrew? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saddam. Councillor Lamb?
I mean, I set out at the time of our joining the case for why I thought it would make sense for us to join, which was based around that lobbying. You know, if you wish to say what are the benefits other than all the things that you list as being benefits, then the answer is going to be nothing, because I've already listed all those benefits and you've discounted them. But in practice, my argument with the Greater Brighton Economic Board there was more about policies which were moving forward rather than about what I was looking to achieve or arguing for at the time we joined. Very much the biggest concern at the time, okay, it's diminished a bit of late as a result of the pandemic, reducing level of throughput and people switching things online, was the fact that we essentially had 20 years to get the Brighton Main Line improvements through before we were going to run out of any capacity on the railway line. And when I say any capacity, I don't mean number of commuters we currently have on Crawley's train stations managing to still get up there. What I mean is a train leaving Brighton is full, no one gets on at Three Bridges because there's no room. Now that would be catastrophic for the economy of Crawley. And so being part of a larger economic entity that can argue the case for that investment makes significant amounts of sense, at the very least to me, looking forward to the future of the town. If we went to discount all of the things that have that sort of impact on our community, we can do, but it's not looking after the best interests of our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Fivash, do you wish to ask a supplementary question or ask a further question?
No, it's getting late. I'll leave it for tonight. Thank you.
That's very kind. Thank you very much, Councillor Fivash. I'll now open the floor to any members wishing to ask a question to either any cabinet members or committee chairs. If so, please indicate now, and please make the questions really short and succinct. Councillor Crowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to the leader. Just over 48 hours ago, we heard from the Prime Minister of his roadmap for reopening Britain as we emerge from the pandemic. And now I appreciate it's only just happened a couple of days ago, but does the leader have any indication as to the impact on council services as to when we are likely to be opening up various facilities that we have? Thinking in particular, obviously, leisure, outdoor multi-use games areas, tennis courts, and of course eventually the town hall. What I am particularly keen to see is not to see any unnecessary delay of a delay that is later than the actual date that is proposed from the government guidance. So just really a plea, because in the spring we did have the tennis courts reopening quite later than they were allowed to. Just a plea to get everything up and open, and hopefully we can start generating a bit of income again as and when.
Thank you, Councillor Crowe. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. I welcome the more cautious approach that the Prime Minister now appears to be taking. You know, I was concerned with the first couple of lockdowns that were coming out too early and we were going to see another surge. But we do seem to have learnt, you know, the lessons, as everyone does, from one moment to the next. And it does seem to be more cautious. We do still need to bear in mind that Crawley's numbers are still disproportionately higher than our neighbours, considerably higher than our neighbours, and are still higher than the national level. And if we don't see that falling at a reasonable enough level, then it may well be that we need to have tighter, you know, restrictions here, or maintain restrictions for longer here than elsewhere. But I'm very hopeful that with vaccination, that the number of cases will continue to drop, hopefully drop quite quickly, and that we'll be in a better place to open them. At the moment, I'm not planning one thing or the other, and certainly we'll take the government's guidance. But you know, I think a cautious approach isn't necessarily bad. And the Prime Minister appears to be taking one this time.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Next. Councillor Crowe, do you need to come back on that supplementary?
I'll just very quickly to thank the leader for his action, and obviously when the council does draw up plans for reopening his facilities, obviously, can members be informed, please, as soon as possible?
Sure. Thank you very
Absolutely. Absolutely.
much. Bringing Councillor Mike Pickett, do you wish to? You're on the screen, so do you wish to ask a question?
No, Francis, I'm
No.
sorry. If I,
No, that's fine. That's fine. Councillor Brenda Burgess, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A very brief question to Councillor Peter Smith. How is the Station Gateway, Eastern Gateway, and the redevelopment of Three Bridges Station progressing, please?
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I think it's going to be very difficult to give a short answer on that, but I'll do my best. Station Gateway, the Reserve Matters application potentially coming to Planning Committee on the 6th of April. Three Bridges Station, we are having to do a review of the costs of the scheme, as it's been quite a long time since we did our original numbers. And we also have to rework some of the air quality management information, seeing as we've extended the AQMA. And what was the third one you asked?
Station Gateway, the Eastern Gateway,
Yep.
Station Gateway and the Eastern Gateway and Three Bridges Station. So.
Okay, Eastern Gateway is being led by County Council. It's had a couple of issues that we've needed to look at, in particular COVID, the costs of COVID, and also some issues around the original estimates that they were working to. They're working with their supplier to come up with a start date. You'll have seen today the announcement about the demolition of the county buildings. That's going to be the site that the Eastern Gateway team will be based at. And I believe the latest information is that we should see work start in the summer, early summer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jonathan Purdy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This question is probably for the leader, unless he feels that one of his cabinet members is better positioned to answer it. Whilst we've seen the new town hall going up through 2020, members will be aware that many construction projects elsewhere have seen delays and cost increases. As well as the council offices, the building will include 5.5 floors of Grade A commercial space, which the council is very much relying upon for future income, particularly given the conversation we've had earlier this evening on budget challenges and income. Can the leader please give the members an update on whether the building will be ready for occupation to the originally planned date? Thank you.
Well, it's not often I'm given the opportunity to give good news these days. We are running ahead of schedule. It helps having everyone working from home in terms of the town hall. That is much easier to coordinate on site. So we're looking at early 2022 getting into the building. You'll be aware that our chief financial officer is a very diligent officer and ensures that we take a very cautious approach on most issues. So the model of sort of estimated rents coming in they've developed is very, very pessimistic already, and it is hoped that we're going to exceed that or at least be on track with that given current circumstances. But look, no one's got a crystal ball right now. Property was the only game in town for local authorities a year ago who wanted to balance their budgets, and that's gone right out the window. So we're all doing the best we can under the circumstances, but the one good news is new town hall start of 2022.
Just as a supplemental to that, if I may, are we seeing any significant cost increases because of COVID?
I'm not aware of any due to COVID. Members might be aware that there's an issue around the district heat network. With a lot of these things, you'll find this, but we had to do some additional works around that. We are hoping to recoup a lot of that in due course for reasons I can't go into right now, but it was necessary to put that in now because the practical end of it is if the district heating network isn't up and running, we've got a lot of residents relying on that for their heating. You need that in place. So there was some work that had to be done, which will enable greater opportunities, which again I can't go into as a result of the nature of the works which we did. But I'm not aware of any COVID related costs escalating on the town hall site.
Thank you.
Councillor Bob Burgess.
You're on mute, Councillor Burgess.
Sorry. My question is to Councillor Brenda Smith. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to all those who have been involved in the changes to the way that grants are awarded. A huge piece of work carried out over a very short space of time. My question to Councillor Smith is, going forward, how confident is she that this new way of working will be successful?
Thank you, Councillor Burgess. I don't think we would have introduced that new system if we weren't hopeful of it being successful. I mean, that's the primary statement that I would think. But it was agreed and discussed at great length amongst officers, and they put an enormous amount of work in, as you said, on this. And the recommendations that they have come up with and the procedures which are being followed from now on, we hope will actually help the council to support those organisations that we desperately need to support, and also encourage other organisations who may be able to find different sources of funding, which will help them going forward, but would also reduce the burden on us. So I'm very hopeful that where we're at now will actually give us, better service to the organisations.
Can I just follow that up, please, Mr. Mayor, by saying that I fully agree that those who need it should be getting it. There are groups and organisations that don't really need our support as much as we've been given it in the past, but there are some, and in my time as mayor, I met several of them who do need our help and are very grateful for whatever help we can give. And so that should continue forever and a day. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I would agree with you, but some of the awards that we have been making in the recent past are, of course, historical. Many of those organisations who were totally dependent on the council in the past have now moved forward and actually find themselves to be far better financially sustained. So that's where we hope we can pull away from them and, as you say, pass that funding, which is a considerable amount of money. The borough council puts in almost twice as much as the county council that they put into the whole of the county. We put twice that amount into the borough. And I would hope that we will be able to continue to do that and certainly continue to support the organisations who do need it. Thank you for your question, Bob. Councillor Burgess.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mogwali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recently, residents in Tilgate were panicked by the prospect of the...
Who's your question to? Who's your question to?
Oh, sorry, to Councillor Ian Ivan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, residents were panicked at the prospect of a development being squeezed on a small piece of land next to the community centre on Shackleton Road. I accept there is a need for more housing, but having successfully fought Crawley Borough stop building on, Eli Close, where I live, can I please ask what's the plan so we can properly scrutinise this?
Councillor Irvine.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor McGarley, and I'm very sorry to hear if people in Tilgate are alarmed. At the moment, I haven't got there are plans afoot, but no firm plans have come forward yet. And when they do come forward, they'll be subject to consultation and the usual planning considerations. So people and local councillors will have the opportunity to have their say on whatever comes forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Are there any other questions? No?
A point of order, Mr. Mayor. Are we not
Yes.
at the end of our extended meeting now? We've had our 30 minutes.
Well, you're literally seconds ahead of that, but yes, we are. So we're in a situation. I'll bring Chris Pedlow in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's 11 o'clock. It's just turned 11 o'clock. The guillotine falls unless a procedural motion is moved to extend it. What would happen at 11 o'clock now is that the last item is moved and seconded, and that is the end of the agenda. So,
bringing Councillor Richard Barrett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm conscious that it is late, but looking at the agenda, we have three resolved items that members have flagged for debate, which may or may not be relatively short. And I actually think, given that we've had a long agenda this evening, that it would only be fair to continue and actually allow those items to be considered, because I suspect they would not take us beyond 11:30. I'm conscious the standing orders say that we should finish at 11, but I would have to remind members that was put in place when we moved to having our meetings at the Charis Centre, because the Charis Centre has to close at 11 and we had no option, whereas obviously we're not in that situation now, we're all in our own homes. And I think therefore, we should allow that latitude given the amount of business we've had to get through, rather than have those three items fall. So can I move a procedural amendment, a procedural motion that we suspend standing orders to carry on for the duration of those three resolved items that members want to debate, on the expectation that they're not likely to be very long?
On behalf of the Mayor, just for clarity, Councillor Barrett, if your motion would mean that there is no guillotine and it would continue indefinitely, that there is no, the 11:30 factor or the extra half an hour does not exist with this motion put in place. Okay. There needs to be a seconder.
Okay.
I'd be happy to second Richard's proposal.
Okay, that's noted.
It's a vote, Mr. Mayor.
A point of order. I'm just looking here at
Councillor Irvine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at Council Procedure Rule 8.3, which does state that if the full council is held outside of the town hall, no further extensions may be called to extend the meeting beyond that period, normally 11 p.m, when the guillotine will come into effect. So I can't see how we can pass a procedural motion tonight to overrule something which is already a standing order.
There's a standing order that removes it. It's a standing order, and I'll get it up to change any aspect of the constitution. It has to be voted on first.
Can I also make the point that we are hosting the meeting and I am in the town hall, so it gets a bit grey area-ish.
I will find the procedural matter for clarity, if you bear with me a second.
Looks like Brenda Smith wants to speak.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brenda. I'm just thinking it is late, 11 o'clock, and we've been going since 7 o'clock, most of us tonight. Would it not be sensible for us to resume for a extra meeting tomorrow, perhaps for an hour or two, or whatever long it takes? I think most of us could probably manage at least to form a quorum. I'm certainly usually okay with meetings, but it is late. It's been quite intense, and as I say, it started early, so I don't think we're functioning in the best possible way at the moment.
Mr. Mayor, could I Could I
Yes,
just
Councillor
because I have proposed this. I mean, I think we're making heavy weather of this. I hear
Yes.
what Councillor Smith says.
We will not be here
but
till
to be
midnight.
honest, we could have dealt with about half of it in the time we've been discussing
Decided.
whether or not to stop. I would also say those of us who are county councillors have got an informal CLC meeting tomorrow evening, so none of us will be available.
It could be in the day.
Let's just get on with it.
Can I suggest we move to a vote one way or another?
Just bear with me 1 second, because Chris is looking at the
A procedural motion has been moved, so a vote will need to be held a recorded vote.
Okay.
But I will, whilst this is occurring, we'll find the information for clarity for Councillor Irvine.
Okay, so are we doing it one by one?
It's I'll ask. In current practice, can I ask, in terms of removing the guillotine, Councillor Lunham on behalf of the Labour? Oh, can any member confirm if they are of the Conservative or Labour wish to vote outside of a block vote?
Just for
I
clarity, for Labour members, I'm
I
going to be
do.
voting.
Hold on,
to,
sorry.
Just so members know what I'm doing, because we haven't discussed this before. Labour members, I'm going to be voting in favour of continuing the meeting, but this isn't a whipped vote. So if you desire to vote to close the meeting, please feel free to do so, and it's not breaking the whip in any way.
Thank you for making that clear, Councillor Lunham. I think we have the same. Do we have the same position on the Conservative side, Councillor Barrett? Is it a free vote?
Yes, I will be using the block vote in favour of continuing.
You'll be using the block vote.
I'm sorry, but I don't agree. I will not accept that. I do not wish to remain.
So,
if there's a whip on, I will break it.
Okay, everybody, one second. I'll leave. Sorry, because there's a lot of people talking. I'll leave this to Chris Pedlow to take control at this point.
Okay, I'll refer back. So Councillor London has said there is no block vote on the Labour Party. Thus, unless I will take that at their individual Labour votes.
So, sorry, what I was saying, Chris, was I will use the block vote to vote in favour of continuing the meeting. I'm making members aware so that they can then tell you they wish to not vote with the block, and it's entirely free to do so. It's not breaking the whip. I'm just letting them know, so the members who do want to continue the meeting can just let me vote for them.
Okay, thank you for clarity. Is there any member of the Conservative or Labour Party wishing to vote independently?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Bear with me.
Yes.
I'll take you in turn.
I don't.
Hold on, sorry. I will take you in turn. The cameras are on. Councillor Irvine, your camera is on. I will speak to you first, please. Councillor Irvine, are you voting as independently rather than the block?
I'm voting as an individual Labour councillor.
Thank you. I'll bring you in a minute then. Councillor Burgess, Bob Burgess, apologies.
I will be voting independently.
Councillor Brenda Burgess.
I'm voting independently because I've been online all day and I'm tired.
Councillor Aylings, your camera is on. Are you voting independently? Your camera, you're on mute, Councillor Aylings.
Sorry, I left my camera on because I'm now voting as a block with the Labour Party.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hart, are you voting independently?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councillor Rana, you voting independently? Councillor Rana.
I think I'll do it as a block vote, but I can't really continue anymore, Chris. I've already done 9-hour shift, and this is I've already done 13 hours today. It's too much.
Councillor Brenda Smith, you've indicated. Are you voting independently?
Independently, yes.
Okay. That being said, I think that's everyone who is, for clarity's sake, Councillor Bob and Brenda Burgess, Councillor Hart, Councillor Brenda Smith and Councillor Aylings are all voting independently from what I understand. And Councillor Irvine, not Councillor Aylings.
No, I was going to say, I said block.
No, that's fine.
Yes, we know.
Chris, it's Mike Figure here. I'm also voting independently.
Okay. Thank you. We will now. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you wanted to come in?
Yes, please. I just wanted to make the point, really. I don't think there's anything substantive left to vote on, is there?
Well, exactly.
Not only that, nobody has to stay at the meeting till the end if people are exhausted or they feel that it's gone on too long. And of course, at the end of the day, if there are members that feel it's already gone on too long, if we closed the meeting, some of these things would have been just waved through anyway. So I just leave it at that, basically. People are making more of this than it is, I think.
Well, I'll go then. Good night.
We will now hold the vote.
Bye, Brenda.
Councillor Lunnan, please provide the Labour block vote, which I believe is...
I reckon 11. I reckon there's 4 voting independently.
I've got it down as Councillor Smith, Pickett, Irvine, Hart. So yeah, 11. 11,
Yep, so
11 Labour block votes.
you're going to make me live. There we go. Yeah, the Labour 11 block votes are voting in favour of continuing the meeting in accordance with the procedural motion.
Thank you, Councillor Burrow. Will you provide the 15 to my count?
Yes, thank you. We could have been halfway through it by now. The 15 block Conservative votes are in favour of continuing.
Thank you. So, Councillor Brenda Burgess, can you provide your individual vote?
I don't want to continue. I've had enough.
So it's
I've been
against the
county
motion.
all day online. No,
So it's against the motion.
I'm against the motion. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Burgess, can you cast your individual vote?
I'm against the motion.
Councillor Julie Hart, please
Against.
cast your individual. Thank you. Councillor Irvine, your individual casting vote. Or you're on mute, Councillor Irvine.
I am against.
Thank you. Councillor Pickett, individual vote.
Yes, I think we should quit now.
Thank you. Councillor Five Ash.
Gone home.
Yeah, I'm against, and I think it's a bit weird that we can't just carry that business over to the next meeting. We should be able to do that. Seems strange.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor
Wave it through.
Brenda Smith.
Yes, I'm against.
And finally, Councillor Sedan.
I'm against as well. I think we have to listen to people who have been online all day and have got meetings tomorrow. You know, this is really tiring, and I think there's an issue here that we need to be sort of addressing in the future. So I'm against, even though one of the items was mine. I can't vote to continue. It's not fair. I can't vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The procedural motion has been carried by 26 votes to 8 against. So we are continuing with item 10. Item 10? Yeah, I think it's item 10.
Well, we're still on item 9, councillors' questions, but I think we've probably outrun that clock with everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. Right, so on to item 10 then.
Mr. Mayor, I am leaving.
Okay, and thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your attendance.
Bye.
Anyone who wishes to leave at this point, obviously, is they would be able to in person, as I've seen many members leave for things and having to get up in the morning. Please feel free. If you need to leave, you're able to. Okay, item 10, receiving the minutes of the Cabinet Overview and Scrutiny Commission and Committees. I call upon the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mallock, to move the receipt of the reports of the meetings as set out in the agenda, item 9 on page 19 and in the associated supplementary agenda. So, Deputy Mayor.
Yep. I move that the reports of the Overview and Scrutiny Commission, Planning, Licensing, Governance Committees, and Cabinet be received. Is that agreed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserved items. We have 3 items reserved for debate, which we will start with. Cabinet, 3rd February 2021, minute 6 on page 89, petition Save Crawley's Adventure Playgrounds. Councillor Mullins, as the Cabinet Member for Wellbeing, will have the final speaking rights on this discussion. This item has been reserved by Councillor Sedan. Councillor Sedan, you are to speak first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason why I reserved this item for debate was because I don't think it really has been debated. I think that many words have been said, and I think that there's been a strong justification of a decision that's been made. But Mr. Mayor, there's a difference between justification and debate. The decision to close the adventure playgrounds was made at a cabinet meeting at which the budget was agreed. This cabinet meeting lasted only a little over half an hour. Everything since then has been a justification of a decision that the public have revealed to us that they're very, very, very clearly not happy about. I don't really want to spend time making the case for supervised adventure play. I think we all understand it. And that case has been very well made by those who've been campaigning against the cuts. It's a similar case to that made by Labour and other members of West Sussex County Council when they argued against the potential closures of Crawley's children's centres. The difference there was that there was at least some imagination applied to finding and proposing alternatives, something more like a real debate that I believe the things that affect the people of our lives deserved. There is just one more point I would like to add. There has been much talk about the most vulnerable. We're starting to talk about vulnerability as though it's a fixed thing, as though there's a group of people, the same people, who will always be in greater need of what we provide than others. Our adventure playgrounds are about much more than fun and learning. They helped families like mine with after-school childcare when I was studying for my degree. They also provide a safety net for children whose home lives might not be all they should be. Every time we take away a facility like this, we are cutting great big holes in a safety net. We will have more and more children and their families falling through. We are making a future tragedy, not only for individuals and their families, but for our town as a whole. We should have given this matter greater thought. A real debate would have been more than just justification and excuses. It would have looked and weighed up alternatives. And I talked about a lack of imagination, and I'm not talking about imagination filling a great big gap. I'm just thinking about a little bit of imagination that might have resulted in us being able to avoid making this cut. At least let us reconsider the decision about Broadfield. Bewbush and Broadfield are our most deprived neighbourhoods. I taught in Bewbush for 10 years, I know. It's no good talking to the poorest families about the existence of a wide variety of existing play opportunities. Most of these cost money and they're out of the reach of many families. Please don't tell me it's too late. We're better than that. We are elected members. Most of us know our town and are deeply committed and invested in its future. We have energy and we have commitment, and we ought to be able to put our heads together and find another way. Where there is a will, there's a way, as my grandmother would say. Do we really not have the power and imagination to take a U-turn on this, to change our minds and keep and even improve a facility that has been of such benefit to our town and for so long? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sedan. That's a well put argument, and I will put it out to anyone else who wishes to come in and comment. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it was far from an easy decision to have been taken, and it was one which was put to the public, and the public did express the view that of the savings options, this was not their biggest concern. It was not even their second biggest concern of the potential savings option. In the second largest consultation, no, it's not the second largest, the largest consultation that this council has ever run. Now, I take the point about, you know, it's important to debate these things, but we have not lacked debate. We have had sessions for all members to attend to discuss the financial challenge that the council face and to contribute to the debate around it. We've had paperwork that's gone through the council's formal decision-making process, including OSC and the Cabinet, at which every member is entitled to attend and to speak if that is what they wish to do, and to raise issues and concerns. And we have had the meeting tonight, 90 minutes ago, at which this decision was taken. I think if someone has a concern about an issue, they usually don't wait until 90 minutes after that decision has been taken to raise that concern. Plenty of people have discussed this, plenty of people have looked at alternatives. We are legally required to set a budget, and if someone did have an alternative, they would say, don't do this, Here is where you can find an equivalent amount of money to do this. They do not wait until after the decision has been taken to get on a soapbox and start moralising about decisions that they chose to take no participatory role in forming.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Any other speakers? Any? Just Councillor Mullins, you have the final word on this tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm still awake. I'll summon up a bit of energy. I'll summon up a bit of energy. It's actually a big discussion for so late, and it's a shame, really. But look, if anybody thinks that in my role as cabinet member, I'm happy with what we're doing, they're very much mistaken. That is not the case. But our adventure playgrounds are old. We've refurbished Cherry Lane, and that's fairly up to standard. And we're going to do the next one as Waterloo, which we've brought up to standard as well. The other two, which we're looking to close, are really very substandard and to the extent of being unsafe, with large parts of the equipment in there withdrawn or closed. Particularly the Broadfield one, it's in terrible condition. Creasy's Drive is beyond any repair, and we would need to spend a very, very considerable amount of money on each of those adventure playgrounds, and we have to look at what the need for those adventure playgrounds is now in the community. And I have to say that the attendances are getting lower and lower. At those, the footfall is very small in those adventure playgrounds. It's particularly Creasy's Drive. The one that surprised me the most was Bewbush, which has also got a low footfall, and I really would have liked to have been able to make the argument that there was a high demand for Bewbush, but there actually isn't. So we are in a situation with the COVID and with everything else that's going on, and with the capital resources we'd need to put in, where we're not in a position really to justify 4 adventure playgrounds in the town. We will be keeping 2 adventure playgrounds, and that's Waterloo and it is Cherry Lane. And those 2 adventure playgrounds are not closing. We might operate them slightly different, but they will be open, and children will be able to use them. And indeed, I was only approached the other day by a head teacher of a school who said that he's interested in taking his school down for occasions to Cherry Lane, and that's something that I want to report in my briefing on Friday to make an approach to him. So we have got further uses for the 2 that will be brought up to standard, up to high safety standards, but we're still with adventure in them, and those adventure playgrounds will remain. I feel sad too that they've waited until not the 11th hour, it's actually the 12th hour, isn't it, before they're raising this debate. I mean, it could have been done much earlier. This has been through all of the organisations on the council, including the overall and Scrutiny Committee, that actually looked in detail into it before it made its report back to the Cabinet. We've been discussing it in the groups, and we've been discussing it with the public. I mean, I stand quite proud of the amount of work we've done to try and get public opinion on this and councillors' opinion. And it's too late to come here now, past the midnight hour, and start complaining. The decision's been made.
Thank you, Councillor Mullins. Okay, the next item, Cabinet, 3rd of February 2021, minute 8 on page 85, proposed Article 4 directions, planning, change of use from C3 dwelling houses to C4 houses in multiple occupation. Councillor Peter Smith, as the Cabinet Member for Planning and Economic Development, will have the final speaking rights on this discussion. This item has been reserved for by the Conservative Group. Councillor Crowe to speak, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say how embarrassing it was watching members dragging on this meeting earlier on with this procedural vote. We would have been finished by now, quite frankly. I'm going to be quick. I really welcome this proposal having come forward, and I spoke about it at the Cabinet meeting, and I subsequently received an email from a resident who lives opposite one of the rows of houses that is affected by the new Article 4. and thanking me for my contribution and very much welcoming the policy that is coming in. And I thought Cabinet would be pleased to hear that at least one person was watching their meeting as well, which of course I don't think we get many people tuning in. So that was also a positive thing as well. This will be really welcome. It doesn't stop HMOs, and nor should we seek to completely stop HMOs, but it gives the council some say. It means that planning permission is going to be required for those townhouses, and Furnace Green in particular really benefits from this. So I'm really pleased to see it, and it's been very well received. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCarthy, do you wish to come in?
Yep, absolutely. Yes, it's been a very long day actually for me, and yes, I voted to continue this meeting because I wanted to make this point really. I'm sort of, I think some of the people who invest in property in Crawley, not all of them are going to switch their investments to Bitcoin. So some of them are going to look for other investments outside of the areas where this rules apply, if you like. And I'm sort of just want to make sure that any displacement that is caused by this is handled as swiftly as possible, because the last thing we want to do is to see houses of multiple occupancy springing up in other wards such as my own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Peter Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the displacement question that Councillor McCarthy puts forward, that's quite difficult, of course, because it is all a balancing act, and local planning and particular using Article 4 directives are quite crude instruments, because we're basically modifying the impact of national regulations on the town at the request of our residents. So yes, we certainly will consider further locations in the future if that problem arises, and we're here to listen to residents, which is why we brought these Article 4 proposals forward in the first place. Thank you, Councillor Crowe. I'm very pleased we've pleased one resident. There's just another 109,099 or something to please. So yes, thank you for passing that on. It is good to, in all seriousness, we are here to serve our residents, and we do, all of us do our best to do that. I'm glad we've actually achieved it on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Brenda Smith, just to say, I'm really sorry, but the rule I spoke to Chris Pedlow is that Councillor Peter Smith is the last to speak on this item, and you indicated after he started speaking, so we can't bring you in on this, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Sorry. The last thing, Planning Committee, 8th of February 2021, minute 4, page 99, planning application CR 2018-0172/FUL, Gatwick School, 23 Gatwick Road, Northgate, Crawley. Councillor Purdy, as the chair of Planning Committee, will have the final speaking rights on this discussion. This item has been reserved by the Conservative group. Councillor Crowe to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And again, another very short contribution that could have been heard 20 minutes ago. I tuned into the Planning Committee meeting and watched it quite intently. And I was very pleased to see that they gave planning permission, permanent planning permission, to the Gatwick School for something that, this has been knocking about for quite a few years now. This is a really good school. It achieved a good, in its first official Ofsted inspection, a good rating, and it's increasingly popular. I'm really glad to see that it means that they're going to be able to increase the facilities and improve the facilities there for the children. And of course, it's not just good for the school, it's good for Crawley as a whole, because of course we all want our children to get a good education. So not only is it good for the building, it's going to be better used, it's good for children overall, that we're going to have permanent school there now that gives parents choice, and that will help to drive up education across the borough. So it's really, really good to see. So thank you to all the Planning Committee members. It was nearly unanimous who voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowe. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also just like to add my comments to what Councillor Crowe said and to completely endorse what he said. It's almost exactly 2 years ago this week. I was privileged to be invited along to go and visit the Gatwick Preschool when I was Cabinet Member for Education and Skills at Sussex. And I was incredibly impressed by the standard of organisation, the type of school it was. Everybody there seemed to be really enjoying it. It really came across as a very happy school where everyone was focused and really on task and somewhere that was clearly very well run and that we should be supporting. And I would also say, on a parochial note, as one of the ward members representing Forge Wood, it has become the school of choice for many, many parents in Forge Wood. Of course, it's just the railway line from there. So, I was really pleased to hear, to watch the meeting and to see permanent planning permission being given, because I think it, it is an asset to the town, and it would have been a great shame if the cycle of temporary planning permissions had to drag on any longer. So, I very much welcome the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Peter-Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. I just wanted to say that I'm pleased that this application has now been successfully resolved. I want to stress and remind people that the whole application process right from the beginning was run scrupulously by our officers. We were able to take the decision to permit on this occasion because the criteria in our local plan and the rules and regulations were met by the school, and I actually welcomed the opportunity to permit the application at the planning meeting. It was done on a proper and reasonable basis, irrespective of any other political or other consideration, and definitely by putting the residents first, which we did again. Thank you.
That's very well put. Councillor Ian Irvine.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I voted in favour of this, mainly because of the possible effect it could have, or detrimental effect it could have had on the education of the children who were already at the school. And you only really get one chance of an education in your life, and we really need to make sure that children have the opportunity to get the best education they can. But what it also showed to me was the kind of something I've always appreciated about the planning committee, which is that when we go to the planning committee, we may be Labour councillors, we may be Conservative councillors or whatever, but we all vote on our own individual conscience. We listen to the evidence, we read the reports, and we make up our own mind. That's written into our code of conduct. But even so, I think it's a very valuable principle, and one which this council does maintain quite rightly, and one which we should maintain in the future, which is that each member of the planning committee effectively is an independent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Irvine. Councillor Purdy, as you're the last speaker, please do come in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure there is anything particularly there for me to respond to directly, other than perhaps to echo some previous points, which would be to say thank you to our planning officers for a lot of very hard work with the school in order to bring a planning application to the committee with a recommendation to permit. I was very pleased to vote for the matter on the evening. I think the Gatwick School is an excellent school and we need more academies like it in our town. I'm also pleased that, as we've had two Labour members speak this evening, that there was cross-party support for the school at the end of the day when it came to the committee. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Right, well, there are no supplementary items of business, but before I declare this meeting closed, I would just like to say we have run very late this evening and there have been comments about having to go to meetings tomorrow. But I will remind everybody, and it's not picking at anybody, but just to say that I've got 3 council officers sitting in here who've been here, some of them since 7 AM, and they are all at work and they will be here tomorrow again very early in the morning. So I think we should thank Natalie, Heather and Chris for allowing us to facilitating us to run this meeting on to when it has. And just remember, obviously, when we talk about how tired we might be, that they work harder than us. So unless somebody here has a full-time job tomorrow, that we need to bear that in mind. I declare the meeting closed.
I've been at work since 8:30 and I've got work tomorrow as well.
Yeah, well, as I said, most of us. I know very well that you work very hard, Marion, and actually I love what you do for a living. So
well, maybe if you kept quiet at 11 o'clock, we could have finished much earlier. But that was the problem. It was people like Marion who were going on at 11 o'clock that made the meeting drag out.